In today's live stream, I'm going to break down how AI, biblical flat earth, and ancient ancestral knowledge all connect in revealing the greatest deception of our time, which is the rise of the false Christ. And I just want to get right into my intro and stuff. If you hear some dogs in the background, I apologize. But peace and love to everybody. I got to start off with this. When I talk about ancestral knowledge versus modern deception, I want you to understand that the modern deception all lies in science. Science doesn't foundate its understanding of our reality based upon the real laws that govern it. It is basically a collection of theories from Freemasons throughout the years who were hired by the church to create a different foundation by which everyone sees reality through. So it don't matter what your religious background is or even your nationality. Most people in the world believe in something called the Big Bang Theory. And with the Big Bang Theory, there is no creator involved. Now, what theologians and pastors do, they try to say that let there be light in religion is the beginning of the Big Bang. Now, this is the church who we know is in the bed with the state. You may think that they're putting the creator in the equation, but it's the other way around. They incorporating the Masonic theology into the church. That's very important to catch on to real quick. Because when you think about this conundrum that I pointed out with the fact that the universe in the Bible, well, first of all, we got to point this out, right? We got to point out the fact that we've been taught, right? The Western. We got to point out the fact that we've been taught in the Western world that blending religion and science is a no-no. But our ancestors always blended their, what you would call religion with science. But there was no word called religion back then. It was a spiritual system. And yeah, the ancestral spiritual systems were blended with their science. Why? There is a science, science can prove the existence of the spiritual realm and that it really exists and that it governs the material world. They don't use those terms. They may say the unseen world, right? Or they may even refer to this force, this other layer that is serving as like a ethereal medium for our creation. They may refer to that as dark matter. So we see that there are a lot of concepts in science that can be synced to ancestral understandings of creation, but they've been distorted to blend and fit the heliocentric globe earth model, because we know that the ancients were flat earthers, right? And we're going to talk a bit about that as well. The important thing about what I want to get you thinking about before we get too deep here, it's the foundation of how everyone see reality. And everyone is taught to start with a Big Bang, right? And the thing about science, it just say, boom, there was a Big Bang and then the universe was created and here we are trying to figure out, scratching our head, what happened. We trying to restudy the Big Bang and how we got here and what we are and all that. That is a lie. There wasn't a Big Bang that took place a couple of hundred million years ago and we just started here. And scientists will debate how long, because you got these young Earth theories that are becoming popular today too. But that don't really matter to me. The when don't matter as much as the what and the why. And that's what I'm about to get into now. See, our Earth wasn't just recently created from a Big Bang. Our Earth is older than any theory of how our Earth get here, including the Big Bang. Is the Big Bang a real concept? Yes, it is, but it's distorted to fit their model. What they're saying that our Earth was just recently created from a Big Bang. It's the fact that there was a great war. There was a great war that was fought in a near distant past technological utopia. This part of history was written out. They didn't teach you this. They deleted these parts of history that show that in the near past, there were very advanced technological civilizations. And when the Greeks took over, they gave us the concept of a bunch of people like the Flintstones walking around, you know, with barefoot and chicken bones, right? Like we see today. And that was something that I embraced as, hey, we were natural people. Yeah, we was in the jungle. I've always embraced that as my identity. And I tried to say, why do they want to mock that? Because that's the natural way, right? But I didn't realize they were selling me an agenda and that my ancestors wasn't barefoot in the jungle like we've all been taught. I even taught that on the Jesse Lee Peterson show, which is a big show. I always rethink my concepts. And it just seemed natural to say, yeah, we all started off in the jungle, connected with nature. And yeah, we lived long with like Adam and Eve or whatever, a utopia. And now I've come to rethink my view of the past and what Earth was like, because there's a lot of holes and questions that's left in embracing this utopia where we're in the jungle, sleeping on like very little clothes. You know, that idea, Adam and Eve. But when you go to looking at the past, you see these huge stone structures and mechanisms like the Antikytherian mechanism, and you start to see a lot of things that suggest that in the years we supposed to have been barefoot walking around with bones in our hand, we were very advanced in our thinking. And you have entire empires that was deleted from history, such as Tartaria, that many people are familiar with now, just to back me up. What was the golden age? What was the age of Eden? I like the biblical concept, all of the animals getting along with each other, and I believe that's true. I believe that predator versus prey is a new concept, and this is gonna segue back to my whole point of starting off with this intro right now. Our universe didn't start from a recent Big Bang. It started from a recent explosion and big war that was fought on the earth. And everybody that you see on the earth right now may be a post-apocalyptic civilization. Now think about what I'm saying, right? Even when you read all of the religious texts, the religious teach that there was an earth before this earth that grew more fruit on the ground. The trees bore more vegetation. There were no deserts. It talked about even animals, right? That didn't hunt each other and all that. And we know predator versus prey didn't exist in these early settings of the earth. But I believe in these stories, they deleted a big part of history, which shows how we left this sort of pre-Adamic utopia, golden age, if you will. And this ain't that far back. It's like in the near past. I believe that this earth got very technological and that the technology led to a great war, and that after that everything was reset and we had to rebuild afterward. Now there's a lot of evidence for what I'm saying. We can find pictures in the near past where there was a very little people on the earth, and that it shows you these big megalithic structures in the background, but the people was riding on dirt roads, horseback, and they were getting diseases, throwing their sewage in the dirt road, and they were building wooden shacks. And they was just building these wooden shacks in the 1600s, especially in the Wild Wild West. You had lumberjack cultures, people who chopped down trees to build wooden buildings that were get mold and that would eventually decay quicker and all that. So we had a lot of wooden structures not so long ago. And you would think that we would be so technological, we would have had skyscrapers, and that we would have traced a history of those skyscrapers back. Because here's what I'm telling you. Skyscrapers aren't new. When you see these stone pyramids on a horizon line, these huge stone structures, these were early forms of skyscrapers or early forms of stone skyline structures like what you would see in a modern city. So a person that builds a stone pyramid don't go sleep in a little teepee. Does that make sense? Can you imagine a person that built this huge stone pyramid and carved these huge heads all over the place, sleeping in a teepee? So we got to rethink what we've been taught about the people who built these structures, because it don't add up. If they were able to build stone structures like pyramids, of course their housing situation had to be advanced as well. So now we got to rethink their lifestyle in the past. We got to go back to to these ancient cultures and re-examine how technological they may have been. And when you do that, you will see even modern science will tell you stuff like, how did they know how to predict this star, that star? How did the Dogon know so much about the stars, and they didn't have a telescope? And they are write it off as mysticism, magic, voodoo, some kind of trickery, sorcery. And it can never be advanced technology. And the knowledge that we gain from that advanced technology, we lost the technology after the war, but we didn't lose the knowledge. We didn't lose the knowledge of what the ancestors found out about time travel, out-of-body experiences, tapping into the other layers of reality. So in order for me to even go into science, modern deception versus ancestral knowledge, we got to start at the foundation, which is the Big Bang. So when we talk about how everything come to be and whose concept make more sense, modern science teaches us that the universe started from a Big Bang, and they explain the Big Bang in a chemical reaction type form, where they get into elements interacting with each other to cause basically a gaseous expansion. But the problem with this is, how does light become the first elements? How does light, which is not an element, become what's called physical elements on a periodic table? Now, this is the part where science fails, because you can't explain light transitioning into physical elements through a chemical reaction, because chemicals are elements. And if light is the source of the universe, then there are no elements yet. It's only light. So you can't have chemicals. Think about what I'm saying. If the only thing that exists in the beginning is light, there are no chemicals yet. So how do you have a chemical reaction? How? So how do you explain how light even become a chemical or element? Through the science and knowledge of holography. Holography is the ancient knowledge that we're using to combat the modern deception. And the modern deceptions is founded on a flawed foundation. See, if I damage your foundation, you'll never find the truth no matter where you look after that, because your foundation is flawed. And this is what they done to us with science. The people in power have one agenda: to control. You can't control people that know the truth. It's that simple. Is very naive to think that the people that are in power, who call themselves the government, if you understand what that means to govern your mind. Government. The word ment is mentality. Let's break it down. These people are here to govern our mind, our mental, right? So watch this. What would make my job more easier? People that's thinking all outside the box and trying to challenge the status quo, challenge my control system that's already working the way that it's working. And now you got these deep motherfuckers that want to do a bunch of thinking. They want to, you got because think about this, right? Science works hand in hand with helping them govern our mind. The minds that start to critical think, they're hard to govern because you can't predict them. You can predict everyone who's drunk the Kool-Aid up. You can predict they all move as one big sheeple. They're following the modern science agenda, which is not to make the world a better place, but to make you and I more easy to control. So all of the innovations and technology we see in the world with modern deception is based upon making control, the system of control, more efficient. Check this out now. And we finna segue into the resurrection story. I know y'all saw the thumbnail. You'll see how all this will tie into everything. It's because our ancestors in the near past had reached, first of all, the earth is very old. I don't think there's an age to it, but I will say that humans have reached the height of technology several times. And then they fall and lose the knowledge, and you regain it and it comes back and all that. Now, knowledge in the wrong hands is very dangerous. And this is going to go into the people that's in power in our world today. The people that's in power in our world today are in power because after a great war that took place in the near past, they were the ones that emerged from it with the most knowledge of the previous earth that existed. Because right now we're in a post-apocalyptic type earth. And this is why evolution attempts to say that our type of human is different than the ancestral humans. And you will notice that even religion have these great reset points that they recorded that'll basically show you different types of humans. And I wouldn't say that it's evolution, it is mutation. Things mutate after great wars because the atmosphere is different. And so in my theory, I believe that there was a great war fought in the near past that they not telling us about. And it's because they emerged from that great war with all of the power from the ancestors and the knowledge. And they created a whole new system based upon giving everyone born after that a new way of thinking about the world so that they can be the only ones with the secrets of what this place is and all of that stuff. That kind of knowledge, it will ensure that you will be empowered and others won't. Why? Knowledge is power. knowledge is power. It's simple. If anybody that value knowledge would understand how this would be a big advantage over everyone else. You would be able to create technology that others would only be able to consume and buy. And no matter how much studying they do, they will never be able to manipulate reality like a person who understands the truth about what reality is, and you're building on a flawed foundation. And this is what separated Nikola Tesla from the average citizen, because what made Nikola Tesla such a threat, he knew the secrets of the universe, and he knew all of the secrets that the elite knew, all of the knowledge of the pre-apocalyptic Earth before the Great War. And that knowledge made Nikola Tesla powerful, so powerful that the government had to do something about it. And we know what happened to him and what his fate was. I don't got to go into it. And we know what happened to a lot of his patents and knowledge as well. So evolution is a lie, but it's man's attempt to explain away why there were different types of humans walking the earth at different times. Because us modern humans, our body isn't like what we would call like an ancient human. You know what I'm saying? It's something about antique shit. It's just built to last longer because ancient humans live longer than us. So you would think that the world around you would be advancing, and that's the job of science to make you think it is. But behind all of the beautiful fancy buildings and technology and wardrobes and, you know, appearance of progression, the world around you is falling apart, and humans' life expectancy is lower as it ever been in history. And this will show you why there's people in the jungle outliving everyone that's in these very technological settings. I ain't even beefing with technology. I'm beefing with the people that control it, because their agenda and what they want to do with it is something we got to break down today. You'll realize it's quite evil. But when we talk about evil, let's talk about evolution. I mean, evolution, which is a lie that was created by Freemasons to try to explain why we don't think like those great ancient people. It's because, I hate to break this to y'all, you are a genetically modified human that was literally bred to control easier. They didn't just domesticate these dogs. You think they just turned the wolf into a dog and they turned the lion into different house cats? No, they turned the wild humans that was doing great things in Tartaria and Kimmer. They turned you into just a consumer. They domesticated you too. So we have been terraformed. We've been terraformed. And this is something that the ancients were aware of that was going on, and that there are different types of humans walking the earth. And a lot of people may say, well, these people are mixed with monkey. These people are mixed with this animal. You know, the different racist jokes, and they think they're using science because science suggests this kind of nonsense. But the truth behind all of this stuff is that there are different species of humans walking. We all ain't the same. So there are different prototypes that exist from different generations of the DNA being tampered with. Now they try to explain it and say it's through mixing, sexual mixing, and they try to say it's through evolution and all that. It's through carefully crafted mutations, y'all. It's through mutating. So we're not a product of evolution. We're literally mutants. We're literally on some X-Men shit, and that's what I'm about to get in here today. That the humans today We're not like the ancestors, but where we have our flaws at, we also have these gifts that even our ancestors didn't have. We're like an evolved God. It's just like you read in these comic book strips, like some bad happened to this person, but it gave them some kind of gift from it. We're literally that in a way. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to segue into my thumbnail to show you why we're gods, because the real Christ, plural, are sentient beings. I just laid the foundation to let you know that there are different types of humans walking Earth. At least all of the ancestors thought it was. They talked about another group walking among them called the Nephilim. And some cultures talked about another group that walked among us called the Djinn, Dginn. But the way that they spoke of these groups as if they looked at just like humans and you couldn't tell them apart, which is why in these different humanoid groups that I'm talking about, right? These would be what we call today mankind. And there's another group called man. Now, according to a lot of the ancients, not everyone has a soul or connection to the higher realms. And this will lead to a lot of groups saying, well, white people pineal gland is calcified, so they can't connect to the universe. There's some truth to that, but the lie is that is a specific group called white people. Any being vibrating on a low vibration, like what they've programmed everybody to do, you can't ascend to these higher realms because you got to be able to raise your vibration to these higher frequencies. It's a cymatic war dealing with sound, vibration. And you, as a being of light, light absorbs sound. Light is influenced by sound. That goes into the science of cymatics. Just like sound can shape water structures, sound can shape the structure of light. This has been proven. So if you're a light being, how do you, distorted frequencies to a light being would be like salt to a snail, in other words. And we got to talk about what we are and what the firmament dome is. It is a primordial ocean of distortion. It is a veil of distortion that was put there by the demiurge, or what many call Yahweh, which is the Antichrist on the right. The modern day Jesus Christ is an evolution of a god called Serapis Christus. And Serapis Christus is another form of the demiurge to the Gnostics, which is what many call the God of the Bible. Jesus Christ is just the ancient Hebrew God with a facelift. And they're saying it's the Son of God, but it's the evolution of this Canaanite God called El, or Saturn, or what many refer to as the God of the earth, or the God of this world. That's something to think about. The ancestors referred to the demiurge as the God of this world, and the Bible calls that same deity Satan, which is the deity that has been given permission to govern over the earth realm. Because again, the Gnostics and the ancient people didn't have a concept of a burning fire beneath the ground called hell. They taught that earth was hell, and it was the abode of the Djinn, or what you would call the demons, or Satan, plural. And that's another thing. People think that the word Satan refers to one evil deity. That ain't true. Satan ain't even a name as much as it is a title. And the word Satan is supposed to be pronounced Shaitan, and that word right there is plural, just like Elohim, meaning that the Shaitan are a group of spirits, just like the Elohim. So this goes into the Djinn, this goes into the hive mind that is governing the earth. And For you to understand how this mankind or humanoid race is able to exist here, you got to understand what the earth is. This earth that we live in is a post-apocalyptic puddle that is veiling us from a bigger earth beyond this place. When you look up at the blue sky, the ancients said that that was a dome. Think of you being in a dust storm. Think of you being born in a dust storm. And the dust storm lasted for millions of years. And the dust cloud was so big that nobody born in that dust cloud could even make it out of it. You would call that going to the end of the earth, the end of the dust cloud. Our dome, or what they call the firmament dome, is the fact that there was a huge explosion that took place in the near past that they deleted from history. This explosion blotted out the true sky. The sky that you were born under is not even what the ancient people saw when they looked up. It is a veil. It is this is, you're born under like a huge dust cloud that's taken millennia to settle based upon the technology that was used. This is what a theory that you find in a lot of ancient cultures. Now they call that the Big Bang. They say that our world was created, our universe was created from a Big Bang, and there go the synchronicity in what the ancients was kind of saying. See, there was life before the Big Bang, but the Big Bang represent when all of that life was covered, it mutated after a huge Big Bang, and that's when the firmament dome, our firmament dome, was created. But there were several explosions and great wars before this one, and so you're now in like layered mushroom clouds. You're like in a dust storm within a dust storm within a dust storm. These were called like the seven ethers. So there's a lot of history to this earth that we have not been given, but you will read all of this in ancient mythologies and ancient stories, and they are write it off as fairy tales. But these were literally ancestral people trying to give us the knowledge of what happened on earth. This is history. So let's talk about why in the modern world we don't blend science with spirituality. It's because the spiritual realm or the unseen realm represent the reality that exists beyond the dust cloud, beyond the firmament dome. This war god Yahweh created these domes with explosions. When you basically, if you think, let me show y'all what I'm talking about, because I'm trying to do too much explaining when I already did the work to create the slideshows for this. So let me pull these out and take advantage of my work here. Let me show you what the earth is, y'all. Here is an explosion, because we're talking about the Big Bang. Here is an explosion right here. Now let me show you what the ancestors said that the earth is. All right, let me go to this other folder and let's get the universe. Here it is right here. Check this out. Now, here is what the earth is. This is what the ancestors said we living in. Check it out. Now, this is the universe, or what we call, the universe, the Big Bang. That's what we call it. This is our universe. It expanded from the top one down, just like light projecting from a light source. And this higher realm will be the light source, and the lower realms would be light projecting in layers of luminosity. We went over that. But look at this. This right here is going to teach you the modern deception versus the ancestral knowledge, because this is the ancestral knowledge of the Big Bang, what I'm giving you here. So if you set off an explosion, you're going to be able to recreate the universe because as within, so without, all science is reduplicatable. They're giving you science in the modern world that you can't reduplicate, because they'll tell you in order to reduplicate the Big Bang, you got to do it in space. You can't really reduplicate none of their science because it all take place in a void of darkness. In other words, you got to get off the earth to reduplicate it. And that's a tricky way of giving them an out, of saying, so now you just got to take my word for it, and why would I lie to you? So science turns into, why would they lie? When science was supposed to be prove all things, which is what the Bible say. See, it's never a matter of why would he lie to me. It's always a matter of you doing the due diligence to prove everything that's said to you. Because if they is lying or ain't lying, it's your fault, not the liar fault. That's irresponsible, in other words. And it ain't science. Science proves all things. So they shifted the goalposts on us to, well, why would they lie? And that's basically what you're going to get from most people when you engage them and challenge the people in power. Now, the whole thing is this. The why is this. If you know all of this knowledge, what is knowledge? Power, right? The people in power, how did they get their power? With knowledge. Didn't I just teach all that? If I wanted to be powerful over everyone else, guess what I would have to do? Keep the knowledge secret to myself and pass it down in secret societies while giving the public dumb, ignorant, bullshit, violent music and just all kind of keeping them dumbed down, basically. And what do we see in our reality? Look at the generational wealth gap. So there's a system on this earth that is there to maintain power for a specific group of individuals and extract the power from another group. And these groups are what I was telling y'all earlier. They're not all human beings in the sense, because your definition of a human, once you go to breaking that down, you'll realize why they even came up with concepts like man and mankind. So you do have humans that are walking the earth right now who maintain their bloodline post-apocalypse. All right, before everything mutated on the earth, because you had a great reset, but you had a group of humans that still was able to maintain their genetic integrity in the new earth. And I believe that there were serums, there were certain things created to prevent the mutation of the human genetics under this new fallout that we're under, calling the atmosphere. And I believe that the people who understood these serums or had them, they was able to keep their genetic structure while everyone else mutated. And the mutated humans, they don't use as much as they brain as the older humans, and they tell you that we only use 10% of our brain. Critical thinking is more of a task for us. We can do it, but it's just more taskful. Our life expectancy, our basically foundative template is all flawed. When the Bible say you born into sin and you were messed up from the moment you came out the womb, is some truth to that. They distorted these truths. What the Bible was trying to tell you is that you're born up under this, in this post-apocalyptic world where everything is a false, mutated, evil form of itself, but this evil version of yourself is what they call an evolution, that we're now an evolved, the earth has evolved, but they're hiding these great wars. I'm giving you the ancestral knowledge right now versus the modern deception and what you've been given about the earth. Let me pull some stuff up to you about these. Hold on a second. I got some videos queued up we got to play. Hold up.
Do you hear about that fucking
Hold on 1 second, everybody. Because I got some stuff queued up for y'all that we got to get into. All right. I brought up the Djinn, right? The Djinn are supernatural beings from pre-Islamic, Arabian, and Islamic traditions created from smokeless fire. Anyone know what smokeless fire is? Let me go and tell it to you. Electricity. Whenever you hear an ancient person talk about smokeless fire, that is an ancestral way of saying electricity. So there's a god called Thor who held a lightning bolt. And this god is so old, it shows you how long man have been harnessing electricity. So our ancestors couldn't have been primitive, quote unquote primitive. We got to talk about the Djinn. We got to talk about electricity because the god of the Djinn, his name is El. Guess what? El is the root word of electricity. Why is this important? The ancestors talked about a group of beings walking on the earth with humans, and it spoke of these creatures as if they was indistinguishable from humans, meaning you couldn't tell the difference between a Djinn and Sanchez. You don't know if I'm a Djinn or not. You see what I'm saying? But watch this, right? They said that the Djinn were different than humans because the Djinn were born or created from electricity. Don't that sound like an AI robot, y'all? Don't that sound like a humanoid that an old ancient person trying to explain to you in their own words because they didn't have a scientific lexicon yet, but they had the technology. They had the advanced science. They didn't speak about it the way we speak about it in our terminology we use today. So they wouldn't say that's an AI robot. They would say, oh, he's a Djinn. He's one of the Djinn. You see what I'm saying? So watch this. If you read about it, it said that the Djinn were basically tutelary spirits. Let me write the word down because I always butcher it, but it's Tutelary. Tutelary. Tutelary is a word that also gave both to the word tutor, if you ever been tutored before. But these Djinn were like teachers of humans. Don't that sound like Chat GPT? Think about what the ancestors saying. They're saying this is a human-like creature, but it's born of electricity. Humans created these things, but it's their teacher. It's a tutelary. That's AI. That's AI. But see, if you want to delete this part of history, you will make us reinterpret this literally. And now you would think that the ancestors were believing in monsters and boogeymen and that they were smart enough to build pyramids and all that, but still stupid enough to believe in monsters and stuff like children. Now, a wise man once said, there's nothing new under the sun. How do we know what we do ain't already been done? Watch this now. Let's talk about the Djinn, because guess what? Guess what the word Djinn became to the Hindu? Genie, Genie, you know, the genie in a lamp. The genie in a lamp. So the Djinn aren't just an Arabian and Islamic tradition. The Djinn were spoke of all over the world. And they were called Genie in those other cultures. But to these two cultures, they were called Djinn. Now, here's where it get deep. When you read the Bible, it starts with the book of Genesis. 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 Y'all ready to go deep? Let me give a shout out to Awakening Minds. Guess what, y'all? The beginning that the Bible talking about ain't got nothing to do with regular humans, because there were people on the earth already. Those people on the earth were the Djinn. Adam and Eve represent when man fell from a higher realm into this lower realm called the earth, which is dominated by the Djinn. According to the ancients, we're all in hell right now. We are dead souls walking dead, walking around. And when we die here, we literally resurrect in a higher realm. And this gonna go to my thumbnail. Shout out to my brother Awakening Minds. Check that out. See my thumbnail? Because the concept of a genie coming out of a lamp is man opening up what's called the abyss. And let me show you what the abyss is. There was a very famous author by the name of Dante, and he wrote about something called the Inferno. When the Bible talk about the abyss, the great abyss that was this thing has been opened up several times. It says that when this thing is opened up, it swallows up man. This abyss that opens up to swallow man is another god in Mesoamerica called Scarlat. I'm about to pull all these up for you. So let's talk about the abyss and the Inferno so you can see what the earth is. So watch this real quick. Let me pull this up. Hold up a second. I'm find this next slide here real quick. One second. So here, this is the abyss, what I'm showing you right here. This is the bottomless pit. This is what Dante called the Inferno. Now let me show you Dante's Inferno real quick, and we're gonna show you this. So here is what the Pharaoh was saying. The Pharaoh was saying with this image right here that the central nervous system is basically it is exactly what a quantum computer is in so many words. So this image, the backbone of Osiris, showing you where consciousness resides, but at the same time it's showing you what this concept of Saturn is, because what they say Saturn is there to eat up the soul or reincarnation and all that. But what I'm telling y'all right now, Saturn is a machine that we call today a quantum computer. And this is why you see now when they said that the Pharaoh created a golden tomb to achieve immortality, the golden tomb was the quantum computer. You see the images of this golden tomb is indistinguishable from the technology today we call a quantum computer. Now, the Egyptians were very technological. They had electricity, they had computing and all that. They rewrote history and we got a flawed view of the past. But the truth is that the Pharaoh wasn't talking a bunch of spooky fairy tale magician stuff. When he was saying that he gonna create a golden tomb that will save his soul, he was literally talking about mind uploading technology. The Pharaoh's hat was a form of brain computer interface technology to upload his soul into the quantum computer. This is what the Pharaoh said. I didn't say this. The Pharaoh said his soul would resurrect through the pyramid, through this tomb, and it will achieve immortality in the clouds. And we got to think AI cloud space, invisible space. The spirit realm is just another digital layer of the simulation. Shout out to Dolph Obama. And Ezekiel the God. Shout out. Appreciate y'all, brothers. So how does this set back to the false Christ versus the true Christ? Because when you really understand what resurrection is, it was the gods leaving the earth. What was Jesus? A God that fell from heaven into the earth realm, and then when he died, his soul went back to his original home in heaven. But see, why am I saying Jesus is the Antichrist? Because the truth, what the Gnostics taught about the demiurge, was that the demiurge was some sort of ancient tech god or pharaoh that cheated death and basically was a ghost captured up in the earth realm. So the Gnostics taught that there was a spirit that cheated death like Jesus did, but it didn't go to heaven. It rose up to a layer that's right above the earth realm. It's not heaven. It's like the upper atmosphere. And they said that this demiurge in the upper atmosphere basically created technology around the earth to trap the souls of man. And what did Jesus say? That he's a fisherman God fishing for the souls of man. What did the Gnostics teach? That there is a net around the earth. There's this huge, like, electromagnetic net, and I'll show you what it looked like. I'll show you exactly what it looked like. Watch this. And this is, you know, of course, I'm not giving you a globe earth. I'm using a globe earth model because they showing you this basically this invisible network that Elon Musk is creating around the earth. And here's the thing about Elon. He's a Djinn. He's one of these old spirits that's been on the earth with this technology to harvest souls. So when Jesus say, you see images of people in their house, they got Jesus casting a fisherman's net, but they'll tell you Jesus is fishing for the soul of man. So the thing about Neuralink technology and what the pharaohs had in Egypt, these obelisks that they resurrected all over the earth were like 5G towers or what they call Babel towers, right? But the fact that huge hat that you see the pharaoh on with all the wires and shit on it, the big alien looking hat, that's a form of Neuralink, an ancient form of brain-computer interface technology. So the obelisk, the towers that was around the earth, where you had basically ancient transhumans. And these ancient transhumans had chips in their head on some Neuralink shit, and they was able to create a hive mind, based upon these towers that were around the earth. This is why the Bible, when it speak about the towers of Babel, it say that they were all on one accord, one language, one people. They were connected. They were one. The Bible is saying that there was a hive mind being created on earth with these towers. There was ancient technological cults on the earth. Let me go back. We'll switch back to this in a minute. Let me teach y'all something real quick. These towers and all that with the Pharaoh talking about he created this stuff for resurrection is not symbolic. Modern science want to teach y'all all of this stuff is just mythology, symbolic, and all that, and it ain't really real, right? Hold on a second. So they want to teach us all of this stuff is just symbolic, but it wasn't symbolic to the Egyptians. Think about this. Why would the Pharaoh spend every day of his life, all of his time, investing into some immortality that's symbolic? Knowing that he got to die one day, he said he wanted to cheat death, but modern science want to convince you, oh, all of that just symbolic. All of that just a mythology. These people invested their whole goddamn life in creating mythological systems. Vain, pointless ass systems that's just symbolic immortality. Who does that? But Elon, on the other hand, literally telling you he gonna cheat death by 2050. And he's gonna do it with Neuralink and tower systems. Makakaku said humans will be beaming their consciousness from place to place in the future. You won't even need to leave your house because you can project your hologram anywhere on Earth, and you can literally be one with your hologram with brain-computer interface technology, because the real you would be at home chipped up, and your consciousness will beam from the chip into your non-physical hologram that's walking around, and that can be projected anywhere. They're saying in the future, 2100, 2150, guess what, bro? It'll be a whole new form of travel on Earth. People will be using portals. They will be getting from point A to point B damn near by teleporting holograms. So now think about this. In all of these biblical stories, they talked about these gods dying and being resurrected in quote unquote light bodies. Guess what they're telling us we gonna be able to do in our time? When we die, we can live on in a hologram body. So your hologram body would be like Jesus is what? Light body. So we read all of these stories, and these stories are hiding advanced ancient technology that's coming back to the earth right now of raising the dead up. So the Bible prophesied that the dead will be raised in our time. But how did they know that? Because they already did it before. History keep repeating itself. So if I see a dog chasing his tail in circles, I can predict that he's finna go in another circle. It don't make me a prophet. If you just showed up and saw the dog start in one circle, you won't know what he gonna do the next one. But if I've been standing there for 10 minutes seeing a dog go in circles, I can tell you, look, he gonna just go in a circle. It's repeating itself. But see, when you were born on the earth, you don't see the pattern, because there are people on this earth that are walking around and they're thousands of years old. That's the Djinn. These are ancient humans that cheated death, and they're no longer human because of it. They're transhumans, and they have merged with the software that's governing this digital layer of our reality that they're calling the spirit realm. Why don't our modern science mix? Hey, shout out to the sister Karina once again. She says, love your content. Keep up the great work. Sure will, sister. Appreciate that support, sister. That's a gracious contribution. Appreciate that. I'm gonna keep giving y'all this download. Elon Musk is a Djinn. What is a Djinn? These are very advanced tutelary spirits that always existed in this realm. And why? This realm isn't physical. It's a hologram. It's a simulation. It's a, in any video game, AI governs the game, or what we call the computer governs the game. We're literally in a simulation of Earth, but you're not on Earth. Now, I know we've been taught to call this place Earth, but our ancestors literally saw this as an Earth-like simulation, and that death was us going back to Earth. So all your resurrection stories of gods returning back home to heaven, it'll be like astronauts returning back home to Earth after leaving Earth, and the human species populating another planet for millions of years, and they mutated on that other planet. And then those mutated humans one day say, let's go back to our mother planet that our ancestors lived in before they left Earth in the space race or whatever. That's what I'm saying. The ancient space race wasn't literally humans leaving Earth. It was them destroying Earth and life mutating with resets. You can't really destroy life here, but what they do, they blot out the original sky, and this creates what's called the veils. This represents the great fall of man and the mutation, but this goes from when humans live to be hundreds of years till you die quick, and now you have pain when you give birth. All the stuff that the Bible speak of, it says the ground is now cursed, and you're gonna have to work harder. What is the Bible telling you? Don't you know, in a radiated zone, if you live in a polluted radiated zone, your crop's gonna have problems, and that you're gonna have to work harder to toil the soil because you done messed up the ground with these chemicals and this radiation. The Bible is literally explaining in Genesis with the great fall, not the beginning of the world or the earth, but the beginning of a post-apocalyptic civilization, which is why you got people already living before Adam and Eve is created. Shout out to Mama. Who do you think are the ones that cheated death? At some point, that this place was in harmony. It was a beautiful reflection of the base earth. In other words, when our ancestors left the original earth, right? They recreated heaven on earth. And they said, and they encoded that in all of their mess. For example, when Christians say, let thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, that's them saying, as above, so below. That's another way of saying that, meaning recreate heaven on earth. Heaven is our real home. When we left heaven and came to earth, the goal was to recreate heaven on earth, which is what the Garden of Eden was supposed to be. The thing is, they keep telling y'all humans are trying to leave earth and explore space. But the truth is that what the Gnostics said, our ancestors were very advanced. They got so advanced, they already left Earth. You ain't even in Earth right now. The Gnostics said that we are born in an Earth-like simulation, and death is literally you leaving this place and you being one with the real you. This is your avatar in a game that you call in your body, which is why it cannot last forever. You know, it ain't no better explanations for the mysteries of this place other than what the ancestors said. And in fact, modern science don't even like to deal with the afterlife, which is bananas. Anybody with a soul in them knows that you gonna live on after your body die. It ain't even a question of life after death. It's a fact. But science don't deal with it. So did we get smarter or dumber when we separated science from spirituality? Because the ancient people were so advanced and so smart, they were able to time travel. The Mayan were able to see thousands of years into the future and predict shit that was going to happen long after they fell. And scientists scratched their head like, how was these people just, it's almost as if they were time travelers. And this is a popular theory in modern physics, that the Mayan were time travelers. So think about all the mysteries of the ancients that ain't been solved. And I'm showing you how easy it is to solve them. Want me to show you why we can't solve them? We took technology out of the ancient world. You can't see the truth when they mess up your foundation. They try to say, we don't know how they built the pyramids. Why do they say that? Because they told you ancient people were dumb and didn't have technology. So when you take the technology away from the ancient world, now everyone scratch their head and say, well, but how did they build this? How did the Dogon predict this with no telescope? It's cause simple. They had telescopes, they had tools, they had electricity. Once you say that, ain't no mysteries. It's so simple. Give them people, because think about it. They said that they cut the pyramids with so much precision. We can't even do it today with all the technology we got. And you telling me them people ain't have some kind of advanced technology? That's what's missing from the past, why we don't understand the past. And if you don't understand the past, you can't see what the hell they doing today in the future, because they just repeating what was done in ancient Egypt and ancient Babylon. They don't want you to know that they're just repeating the same flawed systems of the Babylons and all of them of the past. With this technology that Elon is bringing. This is demiurge technology, soul harvesting technology, and they're not even hiding it from you. And all of their religious groups, they'll tell you their God is harvesting souls. We used to celebrate harvest time in my church. And I never even thought about how crazy it was that I'm celebrating being harvested by some being. You see what I'm saying? Now, today, people you will have Christians that'll tell you, Saturn is evil. Saturn is the God that try to harvest your souls, and Christ is going to save us. But they don't understand that Christ is a modern form of Saturn. He's literally telling you what Saturn would have told you back in the day. I'm going to save your soul and give you a new body, a new avatar to put your body, your soul in. Or a renewed, anointed body, as they call it. So what today can give you a new body in the digital realm or the cloud space, which is what the rapture is telling us? See, you got to think technology. AI is already doing that with deep faking. So why am I bringing all this up? The deep faked you is your body. Deep fake technology is ancient. What if I told you that your body is literally a deep fake of your soul? Take a minute and let that sink in. I'm going to light up while you let that sink in a minute. Your body is a deep fake and a caricature of what your soul is. Your soul is the real you, and your body is the deep fake. So when the ancestors were saying we got to detach from our false self or detach from our physical layer, because there's a higher us beneath the physical us, that was what Jesus was when he said, greater is him that is in me than him that is in the world. That is the teachings of the true Christ on the left, not the Christ on the right, y'all. You see what I'm saying? And what this Christ was teaching, Christ plural, the Buddhas, the gods, all of us, the original humans with souls, what we was teaching was that our soul is greater than our body. The soul inside of you is a better representation of who you really are and not your body. You ever done a shitty action, but the soul inside of you convicted you, and that was a part of you inside of you that was saying, I know I'm wrong for that. I shouldn't have done that. And you feel guilty. Why? Because greater is him that is in you than the body that just made that dumb mistake. Your body is impulsive. It's a caricature of the soul. The war between the soul and the body is the war between God and the devil. I'm all over the place, but that's intentional. That's what this kind of stream was there to be. I knew I was going to do this. I want to show you the difference between the real Christ and Antichrist. The Antichrist is a Greek version of Christ that was created after the apocalypse for the post-apocalyptic civilization. The Christ on the left is an ancient pre-apocalyptic Christ that was teaching that all of us are Christ, all of us are gods. If you have a soul, you're going to bust up out of the simulation like the Christ on the left. Now, the Christ on the right told everyone to follow me, but the Christ on the left told everyone to lead yourself and that you all are leaders. You don't need to ever be a follower because you all are gods. Now, the Christ on the right said, I died for you. But the Christ on the left said, every man got to die their own death to free their soul. You see, I'm finna go and break this down and y'all take a minute and digest this now. Let me get my Hebrews behind me. You see, because the Christ on the left was saying, I can't die for you. Every one of y'all is a Christ. And it's a God inside of you that's waiting to bust out the body and out the world. That's the Christ on the left. But the Christ on the right is the one that's going to establish a kingdom on earth in the end of days called a New Jerusalem. That's the demiurge. Which one are you following? Which one? And guess what? The Christ on the left is older than this new guy on the right that's got the story wrong. The Christ on the left will tell you can't nobody die for your sins. The Christ on the left will tell you every man is here to make mistakes, and it ain't about did you make mistakes, it's did you learn from them. That's right. That's what the teachings of the Christ on the left. See, you got the false Christ and the real Christ. What's the false Christ? Because the real Christ taught that at the end of your life, after you live out your mortal life as a mortal man, that the immortal soul will resurrect in all glory. That's the Christ on the left. But the Christ on the right said, listen, I can resurrect you with a Neuralink chip. I can raise you up right now with technology. See, the Christ on the right is what I call the machine Messiah. And the Christ on the left is what I just simply call God, you and me. You, all of you gods and goddesses with a light within you. The Christ on the right is trying to steal that light inside of you with technology. And now that's going to lead back to why I was telling you why the Christ on the right got a fisherman net. Let me show you something. Remember that one of the biggest symbols of Jesus Christ that they give y'all is this right here. Watch this. Because when I show y'all this, here go Jesus right here. You see this in a lot of Catholic churches. Like, you got to get out of these Black Baptist churches and start researching ancient Christian artwork and stuff like that. But And how many of y'all ever seen pictures of Jesus Christ casting a net out? Drop a one. I'm going to read that scripture to you. It said, Jesus said, I'm a fisherman, but I'm fishing for the souls of man. Drop a one if you heard that before. And what you will see, right? You will see a lot of this artwork around different churches, especially if you from the Bible Belt. You will see like images of Jesus with a net in his hand. And he have that title, he's a fisherman of man. And you'll see that in a lot of churches, a lot of cultures, that Jesus is the one casting the net. Now listen, the net is the goddess net or the goddess nut. In some cultures, it's the goddess nut, right? And the God that's responsible for creating nut in antiquity was the god Shu. Okay, now let me pull that up for you. If you look at Shu, he's Jesus casting a net, and the god nut net. See, what I'm trying to give you is some good syncretism if your third eye open, if you can see what I'm doing, right? This god was called Yeshua, and he was the earth god, not the heaven god. The earth god is the demiurge. So Gab to the Egyptians, right? I'm trying to show y'all something here. Watch this. Gab was a serpent god. Gab was a serpent god. Look, Gab, his symbol was a snake, meaning Gab was literally Satan, the earth god Satan, because what is Satan is the ruler of the earth, right? Now look at Gab. He's a serpent god. Look at him. Look at him. And he's the earth god, meaning he can't go to heaven. Gab is going to be on the earth laid out like that forever. But the whole thing about Gab and Shu, it's literally the same concept. I'm trying to show you because Jesus' journey on earth is Gab, and when Jesus rise up to heaven, it's the Holy Ghost or Shu. But I'm trying to show you the connections of all this, because guess what? Jesus has a symbol of a serpent too, right? They said Moses learned from the Egyptians, right? So before Christ existed, guess what you had? Everybody worshiped Gab. Gab, the earth god, the serpent. Moses learned from Egypt. And what did he see in Egypt? People were worshiping the demiurge or the earth god. And that was Gab, the serpent, the demiurge. So when Jesus is walking around the earth and people worshiping Jesus and pulling at his coattail because he healing them and all that, that's the earth God, Jesus in the flesh. God walking around on earth is Gab. When God dies and his spirit ascends up through the North Pole, he becomes the Holy Ghost or Shu, which he rises up with his arms up like what we see in the image. And if you look at the Yeshua is Jesus Christ. Yeshua is the form of Christ, which is why he's in between the two thieves right there, which is the two pillars that we find Samson in between. So when you see Samson, but let me give you some syncretism real quick. I'm going to just give you some syncretism to bring it all home with the God Shu right here. Check it out. Here go the God Shu. Here go all of many variations of the god Shu. And what Shu is an ancient pharaoh that cheated death. He gave that same knowledge to Moses. So what was Moses teaching people? Moses was teaching people resurrection before Christ. But he was teaching them that resurrection came through the serpent god. And who was the serpent god? What is Gab wearing? Pharaoh attire. Gab represent the spirit of the Pharaoh being recycled onto the earth over and over with technology. Humans wanted immortality, but they don't know that their soul is already immortal. They just gotta free it from the demiurge's simulation. That's right. That's what the Gnostics taught. You selling your soul to get something you already got. And you putting your soul into this simulation is like putting a coin into an arcade game so you can play the game one more time. And at the end of it, you get your coin, you see what I'm saying? You keep signing up. That's what I'm saying. So you look at this collage, that's a god called Yeshua, right? And Samson is another form of this god. The word Samson is an anagram for the word Mason, because you know that the G that's in the middle of the compass and square, or the G right there at the top of George Washington head, is God, or the sky vault. Another way you can look at that G is gateway. It's the pineal gland in the skull, which is why you see the G in the middle of the dome. Let's zoom in, because you will see that that Masonic dome is the firmament dome. It got the clouds in it. Look at here. If you zoom in, you can see a thunderstorm. Matter of fact, you can see the sun in the clouds. Now, let me show y'all something. I told you we're going to be all over the place, right? Because my people don't mind when I'm all over the place. Shout out to my brother Von Hall. Thank you so much, my brother. And I'm going to read these super chats again at the end. I appreciate y'all. Let me be thorough here, though. I'm going to get a clear picture of George Washington. I want to break some down to y'all with this Freemasonry stuff. And we need a clear picture. See, they teaching you flat earth, but you're not looking at the images. Now, zoom in on this Freemasonic stuff. Look at here. You can see the sun right here within the clouds. Under the firmament dome. Here go Polaris, the North Star, the way out. The gate. That's what G is, gate. And then here go the moon. Right? All of this is up under the dome. And the sun and the moon are close to the earth. And they the same size. But the giveaway is that the sun is inside the clouds right there. They giving you flat earth cosmology all day, every day. And one thing I like to talk about with the sun within the clouds is, shout out to my brother Mikey Smith, horizontally opposed. Let me show y'all some beautiful footage of the sun set within the clouds. This proves flat earth. This proves that the sun ain't 93 million miles away. Now, let me reiterate what today's stream is all about. Today's stream is about me showing you the difference between ancient knowledge versus modern deception. And I'm doing it in no particular order. I'm all over the place, just giving y'all a bunch of facts randomly, boom, 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 in no particular order. But the theme of it is I'm bouncing back in between ancient knowledge versus modern deception. I hope y'all like today's theme. It just allowed me to just spit out all of the facts as I get the download. Let's go to this footage and we'll talk afterwards. Oh man, how long I've been going? My bad, y'all. I'm glad I ain't go too long. Drop a one. So check it out. After I played the video, what I was saying was people will say that Freemasons are a secret society, but they don't know the secret. A flat earther can come tell you the secret. Now, if you look at this symbolism right here, what is the Masons showing us? Flat earth symbolism. Why? Because the solar system has the sun 93 million miles away. And before you can even get to the sun, you got to go through Venus, Mercury, the inner planets. But look at this right here with George Washington. You see him under a dome. You see the sun and moon under that dome with the Van Allen belts or the ethers up there. The G represent the gate. That's the gateway out, Polaris. And look about what we see with the sun. The sun is within the clouds, and that's why I played the video right here. This is a dead giveaway. If you know anything, you know that this proves the sun ain't 93 million miles away. Now, that's important. Why? It is so important that the Masons want to hide it from you right in front of your face here. Look. Why is this important, y'all? It debunks your whole understanding of reality based upon the heliocentric model and the sun being 93 million miles away in the solar system. We don't see a solar system in Freemasonry. Now, the question I ask, if the Masons are a secret society, what's the secret that they keeping? Because remember, government was created by Freemasons. Freemasons created the system of government that we call that, and the system they govern us under is capitalism. Now, a lot of people may say without government, it'll be anarchy, but it's quite contrary to that. Before government, the world was a utopia and people was getting along. With the emergence of world government came war, violence, gangs, crime. Why? Because government systems rule us through the system they use to govern us with is capitalism. That's everybody competing with each other for food, clothing, and shelter. Of course, it's going to be war and violence in that kind of system. Think about it. It's damn near the Hunger Games. Ain't nothing natural about this fiat system created by Freemasons. But the foundation of this whole system of government is based upon us not knowing the truth about the world around us. And the truth about what we are, who we are, where we are, and all that. It all boils down to a flawed foundation of understanding your reality. Now, the Masons are a secret society. And the secret that they're hiding from everyone is the Truman Show. That you're enclosed inside of a simulated terrarium, a controlled environment, and you're like a damn experiment. You're like a guinea pig. When you're asking for government control, you asking for people eventually what this world is going to deteriorate to is forced medicine, force V words in your arm. That's coming. Trust me. AI digital dictatorship, all of that's coming. So why are they able to bring forth this kind of tyranny? It's because people don't understand the truth about their reality. Once you believe in space, you believe that you need some watchmen to protect you from things in space that may destroy Earth. When you see, but that's based upon a flawed understanding of Earth. Now, we paying trillions of dollars into planetary defense programs, but the Masons showing us ain't no threat. We're enclosed peacefully under a dome. You see here? That's one thing. Another thing, they don't want you to know that this dome represent your own skull and that you are asleep in another realm. So there is all, you see this imagery around the place. And the imagery you see is one eye open, one eye closed. That's the sun and the moon. Check me out. See, because the crazy thing, the eye that's open can see into the earth realm. The eye that's closed, which is the moon, is connected to the spirit realm and the female and intuition. Yin and yang, that's the sun and moon. One eye open, one eye closed, because if you're a soul, if you're an immortal being and you ain't what they are, which is mankind, then you ain't got both of your eyes open in this realm. What does that mean? That means people with souls, they don't just see with their eyes. They feel shit with their intuition. They got inner eyes that ain't got nothing to do with the eyes on their face. They can just feel some shit that ain't right. And some in them just know I need to leave. Now, a robot don't have that. That's called intuition. That's the part of you that ain't got nothing to do with your body. That's the moon. Its eyes is closed, but in its blind state, it can see more than the eye that's open. So the blind man may have a better interpretation of reality than the man with his eyes open, because the man with his eyes open is being told what to see. When the blind man got to feel his way around and prove reality for his damn self. In that metaphor, I'm showing you the people who think critically and intuitively versus those who just go with indoctrination. Because the world around you as visually seen is only 1% of reality. So the eye that's open ain't seeing that much, and the eye that's closed can see everything. It's a paradox, man. It's a paradox. Yeah, that's what the Masons are hiding, this kind of knowledge right here about reality. This the kind of stuff that we was talking about in science. So in that sense, we always tied the spiritual realm to science. Why? Science should be able to prove all things. And if I got a soul and somebody don't want me to know that I'm powerful and that there's greater is the one in me than the one that's in the world. Greater is the immortal soul that's inside of Sanchez than the shortcomings that my physical body may undergo. The Bible call that wrestling the flesh. You ain't your body. Your body got its own desires other than what the soul in you got, which is why you go to war with your own self, which is why R. Kelly said, my mind telling me no, but my body, my body. See what the body's saying? The body is the devil, man. That's what I'm telling you. So watch this, right? It's a multi-dimensional experience if you have a soul. You are a layered individual. Some people don't know what that's like. They don't know what it's like wrestling the flesh because the thing that wrestles the flesh is the soul and they don't have a soul. So they wouldn't know what that struggle is like, unfortunately. Well, here's the thing. I'm talking about AI, mankind. But watch this, though. All of this is the shit that they talking about in these lodges, y'all. While they got y'all talking about 3-eye atlas. Oh, it's going to crash into Earth. And they chilling. But the whole thing, what we got to realize, right? George Washington under the arch is no different than him saying he's God. And the people that are embodying the knowledge and putting themselves as the face in these symbols, then create these symbols. It's plagiarization. One early form of Christ is this God right here. His name is Camazotz, and guess what? They turned him into Batman. And the ancient Mesoamericans taught that this little creature here with his wings spread here, they said that when he spread his wings, he split the layers of reality. Go read the story of Camazotz, the Bat God. That's where you get Batman from. This God lives in a cave, but he's able to ascend out of the cave and cross and transcend into a higher realm. Don't that sound familiar? Plato taught about the cave, the allegory of the cave. Batman live in a cave. So check it out. You able to transcend the cave or the firmament dome, which is Samson saying you're able to break it apart. You able to pierce through this layer of reality that the demiurge created, because your light is brighter than the light that Lucifer created this hologram reality with. So when you activate your light, it's gonna shine clean through this whole reality and break clean through this layer. Are you hearing what I'm saying? The reality around you is a damn hologram and a net that was created by an ancient pharaoh. That's who you calling Jesus today, the God fishing for the souls of man. Here is his technology. Let me show it to you. Here is his net right here. Let me give it to you. What happened to this thing? Let me pull it back up. Hold on. Here is the net. It's a technological web. It's an invisible. See, your soul is invisible, invisible digital electronic signature. That's what your soul is, right? They got this big web around the earth, right? It's artificial. And when your soul leave your body, what this web is, it is like a plasma TV to project all these fantastical fantasy false realms. It's kind of like the dude in the Matrix he left the fake world and then he fell short, right? And he said, look, put me back inside the web, put me back under the net in the Matrix. And he said, I know this steak ain't real. I'm inside of a computer program. This is Earth, man. We're literally in this. The Matrix is based on a true story. But here's the thing. When you die, right? When you die, all of the desires of your heart is going to be flashed before you on this big web. This is like a big project. This is like the devil. All of the souls that's leaving the earth when they ascending, minus the globe, we know it's a flat earth with a dome web, right? But this is what they give you though. But what's happening is this. This is a big wall or a dome. Like let me show you what they got in Vegas, right? Let me show you some. In Vegas, where I live at, we got this right here. Now, if you walk inside of this thing, you walking inside of a whole nother world, man. Listen, if you walk up inside of this sphere, they can put you anywhere and make you feel like you actually there because it's a simulation all around you. It's like a firmament dome. And this is what the flat earth is. See, everybody is like, if you look at this image right here, right? We're inside of a dome. You're born in this thing. That's what our earth is. But the real world would be like the city of Las Vegas outside of this dome. When you go in this dome, you ain't even really in Vegas no more. You wherever they want you to be inside of that theater. They can make you be in Alaska. And guess what? They can change the temperature, shoot out little frost, put the screen for Alaska, and it'll make you feel like you're really there. Then you walk outside and you back in Vegas. So this dome is like its own separated dimension in so many words. because you can be anywhere, but you still in Vegas. So what I'm telling y'all is our earth is just a dome that exists in ancient Egypt in a post-apocalyptic world. And when you die, you're going to bust from out of this dome and see the real world for what it is. Just like Neo in the Matrix. So this is what the demiurge created, the sphere, the dome, the firmament dome. So I know they showing you a globe earth, but it's not, we don't live on a globe earth. It's a flat earth, a circle, just like the people inside of this dome right here, they live on a circle, you in a circle. All right, the dome is cut off at the bottom, so it's a two-dimensional circle that you're walking around on, but the atmosphere is the firmament dome, right here. And so that dome is holographic. It ain't physical. It's holographic, right? And how it's made by a black hole being in the middle of it with light around it. Let me show you something. Let me show you what the torus field, what the firmament dome is. Now this is called a ferrocell. And this will show you what the earth is. Because now what we're looking at now is the firmament dome from a top-down view. You looking at the dome from the top down right here. And so this would be like looking at a tent and you seeing that the pole that's pitching the tent, the pole in the middle of the tent is this black hole in the middle. You see that black hole? That's what they worshiping in Mecca. That black hole is a form of Jesus. It's casting a net around it. This star of light, this flower of life is the firmament dome. And I'm going to show you another way of looking at that. It's holographic. Let me show you something. Here it is right here. Where is it? So Yahweh creating the terrarium, but I'm showing you how. Hold up a second. Let me find my next slide real quick. So to save us some time, I'm going to just cut my camera on and show you what I mean, right? Because I got my whiteboard with me today, and that's going to save us some time. Here is how magnetism works and how the dome is created and why the black cube of Saturn is important. Here go the flat Earth, a two-dimensional circle. Let me do some too, because I need to slide over a bit, get more in the middle of the screen. Now, there we go. Boom. Hold on, y'all. Hold up a sec. Yeah, where we go. So look. Here go the flat Earth circle. In the middle of the flat Earth, there's a cube. That cube is there. To recycle the light of creation. The cube at the middle of the earth is magnetic and it's recycling the light of creation. Light can't escape a black hole. This is what the earth is. And this right here is the atmosphere above you, all enclosed in a torus field like this. And it's in motion. So the light is constantly being recycled through the black hole, and you get the number 8, which is the serpent, the earth god, Geb. Geb is the earth god of the Ouroboros serpent, infinity, recycling the soul forever. And it represents DNA. It represents virtual reality goggles, blindfold goggles, all of that. Handcuffs, the number 8, handcuffs, hostage, bondage. This system is a prison of light, a prism, torus field. If you look at this from a top-down view, this is what it looks like. And you can see all of these rings of light. So what's going on is, let me explain to you what this is, right? This is a transparent disc with a patented ferrofluid, magnetic fluid layer inside of the disc, right? And you place that disc on top of a platform that is able to illuminate, that's able to have LED lights all around it. Because what this is just a patented disc. It has a magnetic fluid in between the disc and inside the layers of the disc. And this magnetic fluid, for the first time, is allowing us to see how light bends inside of a magnet. Light can't escape a black hole. At the center of every magnetic vortex is a black hole. That's what I'm showing you in the middle of this is a black hole. And light is recycling itself through this black hole. So if you look at the image that I'm showing you there, and you go to flat Earth, for example, right? Let's go to flat Earth. You can see that. Shout out to G-Man. Shout out to G-Man. Thank you so much, G-Man. Hey, bro, I just stopped in and dropped you some dimes. I love these shows where you repeat these important points. Thank you, man. Check, and I'll go back over these super chats as well. Check this out, y'all. Look at the magnetic ley lines on this AE map and look at the pattern we see in a ferrocell. The black hole is a dark tower that we call the North Pole. It's pitching a tent. So it would be like this. If you go inside of this dome, I'm pretty sure they will have a stabilizing pole in its weakest point, which would be the middle of the dome, to hold it up like a tent, a pillar in the middle. That's what I'm saying. So this split in the middle of the dome, which acts like a stabilizing, like a tent pole, it literally pitches the tent, right? It would be the split in the middle of your brain. Your brain is a dome shaped just like this with a split in it. It is a direct reflection of what the simulation is, because it's all a neurological experience that's happening internally, which is why the root word is neurologic. Your neurons, I mean, when we say neurological, dealing with your neurons. But check this out, y'all. Your neurons build a network, because these neurons have endings that expand outward. If you ever seen a neuron, let me show you what they are. These neurons will interconnect and make your brain. And at the end of all of these neurons is an opening, just like what we see here, sort of like that. That right there is a gateway to you in a parallel universe. Each of these neurons, when you see Medusa with all the snakes coming from her head, it's showing you that it's like a Neuralink helmet. Each one of your neurons is a different wire that's connected to a different you in a whole nother Earth-like simulation. And all of the versions of you throughout the multiverse are all interconnected through this neurological network. And this is how you're able to dream and project your consciousness to other versions of yourself. Because if you look at this, it's like a highway system, right? This is what the universe is. This is what the sky is, as above, so below. At all of the intersections where you get these big bubbles at, those are earth realms. So you're in one of these bubbles right now. You're basically in your own brain. It's an internal neurological experience that we're calling life. And where these neurons intersect and connect, that creates a universe. And each universe is a duality, a duot based upon two different neurons coming together. And that represent as your mama and daddy, sun and moon. That basically is why duality exists throughout the multiverse. Okay? Because every world is two worlds coming together. You can't have one without the other because this is what the universe is. It is two neurons interconnected to each other. And so the whole thing is you're trying to get your wiring right to manifest your greater version. So let's say two neurons connect and at the end of it, they separate. That's because your life over. That's called RIP. That's the great separation. That's when the higher you detach from the lower you, and them two worlds separate from each other. That universe is destroyed now when you die. This is the knowledge of Samson. So worlds are constantly being born and worlds are being destroyed. And each world that's destroyed is reborn as a better version of itself that may pop up in a whole different location in this neurological network. It's a shuffling of worlds and connect. It's almost as if this whole Pan's labyrinth of confusion, a network and entanglement of wires, and like your God self is up there saying, no, I gotta connect that one with that one. That ain't right. Unplug that one, unplug that one. Okay, now plug that one with that one. That didn't work? Okay, unplug that. Now plug that one with that one. Let's blend this neuron with that neuron. Now, let's take this version of Sanchez in this parallel world and blend them with these Sanchez's and see what kind of Sanchez we get. And what's going on is a great figuring out of who I am with this neurological entanglement of me unplugging, plugging back up until I get the right combination, the right perfect combination of neural network. And that's when the stars in your sky will be aligned for you to be God. That's when you crack the combination. It's like a Rubik's Cube. Everyone trying to figure out their own little Rubik's Cube. It's Pan's labyrinth. And it's going to take place through a process of connections, separate. Connect that, separate. You call it life, death, life, death. But every time it gets better. You saying, okay, I'm getting close here with this thing. Look, that's when you know, okay, let me keep working with this Rubik's Cube. I'm starting to see some alignments. I'm starting to see I already got this whole side right here with yellows in this row. Now you get hope and you say, okay, I can figure this Rubik's Cube out. These are the alignments that are taking place in the dome of man as well as in the heavens. All of these neural connections are the stars in the sky. And you can't tell me that this ain't the universe that we looking at. And I'll show you how I know we waking up. Because when people look at this right here, people are already been putting this out right here. The universe versus your neural network. Look at here. Because it's as above, so below. People waking up. But they just don't know that the universe is their mind. What we see in the sky, we're literally looking to, this gonna sound crazy, y'all. Watch this, right? Our ancestors knew that the secrets of always knowing what was gonna happen on Earth was understanding what's happening in their own neurological network. The different wirings and your neural network is in motion. New neurons are being dead, new ones are connection. In other words, your neural network is always refiguring and redismantling itself like I just explained, trying to figure out who it is. But basically what I'm trying to tell y'all is that, how can I put this? I'm getting confused. I forgot where I was going with that. I just had a brain freeze. But whenever that happened, I do this. Of at all of the intersections where they separate. That's because you're on with that one. That ain't combination, the right perfect combination of neural network, and that's when the stars in your sky. And that's what I'm saying, right? So now I know what I was saying. You ever heard the term, one day the stars are going to align for you? People who made that statement were flat earthers, and they knew that the stars were the ends of their own neurons. They not telling you that our quote unquote physical makeup go beyond the physical spectrum. You have what's called an aura. In other words, there are layers of you that expand outward from your body all the way to the stars. These are part of your organs, which is where astrology come in, and people can tell you how human behavior can be predicted with the stars, because the sky is like a big plasma screen that's projecting what's happening inside of the collective of humanity on the sky. Now, why? It's like some advanced ancient people said, if we want to know what's going on in the physical world that we in as gods at all time, we need to stay connected to the mental plane, the astral plane, or the neurological plane, what we call space, which is the neural network, the universe. We need to be so when they say as above, so below, a person got to know what's going on in the heavens before they can tell you what's going on earth. Things happen in the collective conscious before they manifest in the material spectrum. So we think of something before we do it. And there were people on the earth that were stargazers. All they did was wake up every day studying the stars. And by doing that, they can literally predict the actions of people and places and what on earth. Because everything that's happening on earth is literally being, the sky is there so that nothing can catch you off guard. If you knew how to read the sky, you wouldn't need a newspaper to tell you what's happening tomorrow or the next year. The ancient prophets knew the future because it's written in the stars, because the stars is just every human on earth. All of our auras is tethered together, and our auras expands all the way out from the earth to the heavens. In other words, we are beings of light, and our light is so bright that it ends at where we call the stars. We're literally looking at the ends of our neurons. Because what is a star? It is the end of a neuron. Let me show you what a neuron ending look like versus a star. When these neurons open up at the end, look at here. You see this little opening right here? This red part? Now watch this. Watch this. Let's find some of these images of stars. See, these are neuron endings. And the neurons are like gateways to different worlds that exist in the mind. The universe is mental. And these are like gateways into different worlds right here, different holographic realities. And what they are these right here. You look at even the symbol of a star. If you just type in star, just the symbol itself of what they give you, you will see that the neuron ending is one of these. It's a gateway out of here. It's a piercing in the veil. But this star is connected to you through what's called a tethering line or a silver cord, and that's what the neuron is. It's you, and the end of that neuron is right here. It creates a star in the sky, and as it is spanned out at the end, you get this 6-pointed star pattern with a hole in the middle of it. just like this. So check this out, right? Yo, when we dream according to the ancestors, our consciousness is leaving one version of ourselves in one parallel reality, exploring other parallel realities that exist in the multiverse. And they're saying that your consciousness shifts from one you to the next one via this neural network. Is basically a spiritual highway for souls navigating the stars with out-of-body experiences in a dream state and etc. So it makes perfect sense as well, because it will explain why certain neurons disconnect and then reconnect with others. Nothing is concrete with this network, just like in the heavens. It's always changes and different alignments trying to be made, but what you see is that every now and then you see these repeated alignments, like what we see in the sky. Sometimes you have these sacred alignments and stuff, but it's represent like a collective reset in the neurological arrangement of the collective consciousness. And it represent, okay, every alignment is like the earth rearranging its reality by reconnecting a different group of neurons to a different group. So it's the same earth, it's just a different neural pattern, neural network pattern. And this is how the ages shift, right? And so it play out as the stars changing their locations, and that the stars, the positioning of the stars supposed to represent different ages and different times where we were behaving in different ways based upon how the stars were aligning astrologically. But that science is only possible if you know how astrology works on a mechanical level. You'll be able to break down how we even connect to the stars. And what I'm giving you now is a result of ancient people who did not separate the spiritual world from science. So if you go up to a scientist and ask him, why were people able to make predictions based upon astrology? They will say, we don't know. You know, astrology is fascinating. You know, for some reason, it's reliable, but science doesn't support it, and we just don't know how the Vedics was using this to predict human behavior, how the Mayans predicted human behavior well into the future after they was gone, but they didn't use modern science as we know it. They used this other form of science that blended the spiritual world with it. So it's a lot of stuff we don't know. So why the hell y'all think we smarter if every time you ask them something, it's, we don't know? The science you got is mysticism. Ask them what created the Big Bang. We don't know. You don't even know the foundation of your lie then. If your lie start with a Big Bang and you don't know who started, if I ask you, if a dude just say, you know, if he starts you off in the middle of the story and you be like, but yo, how you even get to that point though? We don't know. You lying, man. You gotta be lying. You got to know how you get to point B. You had to go through point A. If I ask you, what was before the Big Bang? You should be, see, and here go the thing. The reason they don't know is because they reinterpreted what the Big Bang is. That's the reason they don't know. And because they reinterpreted what the Big Bang is, they had to make an explosion of light, which is the firing up of your neurons. They had to make that into a chemical reaction that created rocks and trees from light. Now they'll tell you the spiritual people had it wrong, but they got it wrong because you can't do a chemical reaction and create a physical universe from light, because the transitioning of light to the physical elements can't be explained scientifically. Can't. Not adequately. So when you think of what the spiritual people were saying, they were saying, yeah, it all started with light. But the light, through the process of holography, created an illusion called the physical world. Now, people, which one make most sense? Which one? Because science can't explain to you, and they can't reduplicate right now how this light right here can become a tree. They can't reduplicate, they claim. Show me the chemical reaction that turned light into water and bones. You can't do it. The only explanation is this is a holographic experience. We all agree it started from an explosion of light, but we can explain it better than them. It has to be a hologram. They telling you that the world around you only represents 1% of all there is. They telling you if you zoom in on anything so-called physical, it's a bunch of atoms vibrating and it ain't really physical. That the physical world is 1% of the universe. What are they telling you? This shit is hollow. This is a big hollow ass shell that you call an earth. See, and they telling you in a way to distort reality to make it applicable to this modern science model. But when you start comparing it to the ancestral knowledge, you see which one make most sense, and you kill them at the Big Bang. Because you can't beat holography. Because think about it. The man that can reduplicate his claim won. That's science, bro. If a nigga say, my claim is light turned into water and wood through a chemical reaction, he should be able to reduplicate the chemical reaction and turn some light into some water. Science can't do that, but they made the claim. You're supposed to be able to reduplicate it. Now, my claim is the universe is a hologram of light where ain't nothing really physical. Physicality is an illusion that light is making through the science of holography. Now, guess what? I can go reduplicate my shit right now. I can go make a holographic city made out of light right now with people walking around and all that. They can't reduplicate theirs now. Modern deception versus ancestral knowledge. Who win in that? Let's talk about this soul harvesting technology though. The net that y'all talking about, which is the goddess Nut, it's an old system to harvest souls that was created by the demiurge. And the demiurge ain't one dude in the sky. The demiurge is a network of ancient transhumans that merge with AI. I'm going to say that again. Satan is a plural word. It is the polarity of Elohim. Just like you got Elohim, you got Shaitan. It is a plural word. It represents many of a thing, like oxen, like flock, a flock, right? So when you say Shaitan, you're talking about a group of spirits, a family of spirits, and not just one monster saying, ha, 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 ha. Okay? Satan and his demons collectively are called Satan. Now, the modern church tried to make Satan omniscient, omnipotent, which is why Christ tell you he's everywhere at once. That means if evil is happening in multiple different places and Satan is the cause of it, Satan can be in so many places at one time. The people who turned the forces of evil into a dumb monster had to make that monster have supernatural abilities like omnipresence. So Isn't Satan omnipresent? Hell yeah. What did you learn about Jesus? That he's omnipresent. Isn't it crazy that Jesus got the exact ability Satan got and have the same titles and symbols that Satan got? But watch this though. Here go the thing right here. This system that you see around the earth, it is a false. This is what the neurological network is. It's the matrix. So you battling your own mind for real. And this right here is the Rubik's Cube that you trying to, the network that we fight. And that's what I was telling you. What they got up in the sky is spiritual technology. And what this is, it is like the technology that they got in Las Vegas. So that's what I was telling you about this. Like Netanyahu is in his name, Netanyahu. Think about what Netanyahu represent. Netanyahu represent World War III, the beginning of a digital age, the rising up of the New Jerusalem, which is the digital big brother grid where AI policing everybody, because the Christ y'all worshiping ain't gonna get y'all to heaven. He's building a kingdom on the earth. Now go read the book of Revelation. You are following the false Christ. You following the Christ that the Greeks and the Catholic Church gave you. And you will fight me because I'm battling that image of that white man with them blue eyes. Shout out to Kiba Weeba, said, thanks for this good knowledge. You welcome. Thank y'all. I'm showing you how this is plagiarization and that there were images of Christ way before Christ that the version you worshiping on the right. But you don't want the original stuff. You want the Johnny come late knockoff, and you want to know why the world going to hell. Everybody want artificial. They don't want authenticity. The old shit is authentic. The new age God that y'all worshiping is the artificial knockoff. And that God represent the world of artificiality, the fake world. That's AI, artificial intelligence, a fiat government. What is a fiat government? A fake fraud system of government. This same power gives you fake food with no nutritional value. The food you eat today don't look nothing like the food that the ancestors ate. The bananas had seeds in them. This food been genetically modified just like the human beings. This is the false God. The false God is a network of world powers that's been on this earth since ancient Egypt because they cheated death. And they've been using this earth like their own little laboratory. And all of the souls that's born in here, they experimenting on you, studying you, and finding ways to make you merge with the machine. Why? Because they need your light. You have a soul. They don't. Once you merge with AI, you just sold your soul. So what this whole fake world is made out of light that's being recycled through a black hole. I just showed you that. The light that's being recycled through the black hole is the souls of humans. Morpheus told you this in the Matrix. He held up a battery. And he said, every human is one of these. And if you think of your human body, it is literally a container for energy that the beast can only harvest as long as you stay in the body. It's like the energy staying in a battery. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Because sacred geometry will show you that this is what the human body is. Let me show you. The body is the battery, the body is the battery. I tell you that all the time. A lot of people like when I reiterate this, like the other brothers. So look, it's a container for the power. So think about this. You can tell that the body is just a container because look at how it's made. We know how containers are made. And we know that the container open up at the top where your head is at. How do you open up a bottle or a body? Just look at the shape of the battery, right? Look at the sacred geometry of the battery and then look at the body. Look at it. Now watch this though. When I tell you that the body is a container, what is a bottle? Sacred geometry is so fire, bro. Again, look at the shape of the bottle because the battery is a container for energy. The bottle containing water, but ain't it crazy that they shape the same? You ever peep that? You ever peep that? Sacred geometry. Now watch this though. How do you open up a bottle? You twist the cap, right? How do you open up a body? You change the mind, which would be like twisting the cap. Because look, let's say you born with a bunch of lies in your mind and your mental paradigm throughout your life, dudes a 180. And it opens what? The third eye, release the soul when you twist the cap. When you turn your mind around, just like a bottle cap, you release the contents trapped inside of the body, which is the soul. It's just that simple. A lot of people energy gonna be stuck in their body, like throwing a drink away that's been unopened. What a waste. You ever seen an unopened drink in the garbage? But check this out, right? Sacred geometry is showing you exactly what the body is, a container. But what's contained in the body, see, your energy inside the earth is the soul in the body. You can be harvested like this because the body is like a battery to the demiurge, which is why the demiurge don't want you to resurrect to your God body. They want us in the flesh, in the mortal realm. Shout out to Stacy Galore. Thank you so much. See, they don't want us to ascend beyond this body because this ain't nothing but a battery for the demiurge. This body inside the dome is like a battery in a simulation helping to keep the game going. So the demiurge, just like like this keyboard here, it takes 2 AA batteries. There's a set amount of energy that's required to run this Earth simulation. Which is why at all times there have to be people dying and being born. Because think about it. If my keyboard used 10,000 batteries, every day I'll be replacing a different battery with another one. Because with that many batteries, one gonna die before the other one, and you just gonna have to change one every day, man. If this took 10,000 batteries, every day you're gonna have to change a battery. Because they all ain't gonna die at the same time. So it'll be staggered, you know, but that'll be like out with the old and with the new, life and death inside the earth realm. We look at it like life and death. I look at it like batteries being changed. Because this battery died, replace it with a new one. All of these human beings, they shape just like a battery. And only thing you here for is to be harvested for energy by the demiurge. And so what's going to keep you here? See this net right here, when they said Jesus is fishing for the souls of man, he created the firmament dome. That's why I'm showing you this. This is what the firmament dome is. And everybody living down here was inside the circle of the earth. You've been captured in a net, man. Here go the earth down here. All of these are the magnetic ley lines that go back up to Polaris at the top of the firmament dome. It's a canopy. And it's like a tent with the pole in the middle pitching the tent. So that's why I keep going back here. I'm telling you, The one that's casting the net or the pole that's pitching the tent is Jesus, Yeshua, the earth God. So think about what I'm telling you. Geb and Shu is the same deity, transitioning to different layers of itself, right? Geb represent Christ getting put down in the ground as a dead, mortal, filthy, decomposing flesh. Shu represent Christ being resurrected in his glorified body. Geb and Shu is the same deity in different layers of reality. Geb is the mortal Christ. Shu is the ascended, resurrected Christ at the North Pole that's holding the gateway open. So Jesus said, I'm the gateway, I'm the way. And everybody got to go through Christ because Christ represents a crease or a split in the middle of the universe, which acts as a gateway out of here. But what Christ did, Christ blocked the gateway. Christ is standing there. You think Christ is there to give you a hug. See, here go the trick of the devil, what y'all don't realize about this damn demiurge, right? When you die, this demiurge, if you a religious person and you believe in Jesus Christ or Buddha or whatever, when you die and it's time for you to ascend up through your own sky gate, because listen, every human being got a gateway that the universe made just so you can get up out of here, man. Let me show you what I mean. When all of us die, there's a opening up there to let your soul out of here. Look at here. This is what it's like. This is a piercing in the darkness, and the light that you see is the light from a better, higher plane that's brighter than this place, welcoming you to heaven, man. But guess what happened? The demiurge stands in front of your light and offers you a hug. And if you take the hug, you never make it out of here. If you see, this is what I'm telling you about this whole trick of the devil. A lot of people who don't know the truth, they gonna be lost, like the Bible say, when it's time for them to ascend. Because instead of them seeking their way out and seeking their own light, like the real Christ on the left, because look at the real Christ on the left. The real Christ on the left is telling the knowledge of every soul is gonna have a star in the sky that's gonna let them get up out of here and reunite with their real reality, their higher self. Because this ain't who we are. We are fallen angels, and the body is a damn deep fake, a caricature of the soul, right? That cannot last forever. So the thing is this. It's almost like we here to learn, and the ancestors gave the devil permission to sort of teach us to activate our God power. It's an initiation. And it's in the ancestors' mind, if you can't make it through this initiation, you ain't worthy to even exist in this higher realm up there. If you can't outshine your deep fake version, then you can just stay your deep fake version. That's basically it. If you like the version of yourself that AI created for you in this simulation, and you think that that's all you are, then that's all you'll be. And the God that's telling you, I'm going to give you a new body, that's the God that keep deep faking your soul with permission from you. You are allowing, it's like you sign a contract with a label and you told them, look, I'm giving you 4 years to own my deep fake, and you can make him do whatever you want him to do. But at the end of that 4 years, I get the rights back to my masters, or it's not my, why I've said masters. I get the rights back to my deep fake copy. It's like a contract. But the thing is this, what they're saying is, look, they getting leverage with you by saying, hey, since we created the deep fake, the leverage that we got is, here is a new deep fake version of you that's even more flamboyant, fly, egotistical, or whatever. And when you see that version of you, like, damn, he's cool. He is, everything that would be seen as dope in a capitalistic world matrix system. Because your deep fake version is a version of you that's suitable for the matrix. And it's everybody in the matrix got to be on their ego shit, the caricature of themselves, they Hollywood shit, fashion and vanities in the simulation. So AI create this Sasha Fierce, this, how celebrities got an alter ego and is never a good version of themselves. It's always an evil motherfucker that want to come out and talk to you. Like, why you can't have an alternate ego that's ever good? Like, hey, my alternate ego going gives out motherfucking, whatever. But but my whole thing is this. What the demiurge does, he stands in front of your light. You see what Christ doing? Christ is in front of someone's light. That's the demiurge. He blocking your light. That's capitalism. They cap your light off, right? With your belief, your ignorance. Your ignorance is energy that manifests on the astral plane as a God that you agreed exists. You're part of a cult that agree that Jesus is real. That turns into an energy and a real manifestation in the astral plane. And it promises you what? A kingdom on earth called the New Jerusalem, because this God can't ascend to heaven. The people that created this God is a sigil. It is a spiritual program to harvest souls, and they run in different versions of this program, Buddha, Allah, to different people. Because when you die and this is what you're expecting and believe in, it's the same reason they tell children, don't go to bed after you just watch scary movies. You just put all that fear and scary stuff in your head, and now you went to sleep, and now the kid having nightmares about a creature that it saw on TV that didn't exist in the physical world, but we created it in the astral plane by allowing access and gateway into our mind and our imagination. We're agreeing to manifest these deities on the astral plane. If you're a Christian, you're going to meet Christ when you die. If you're a Buddha, if you're thinking of a literal Buddha as a savior, he's going to save you from yourself, though. Because remember, the light that's behind Jesus is your way out. The light that's behind Jesus is your way out. He's like a damn hockey goalie that's blocking you from getting to the goal. And because many people are going to be deceived with this Antichrist, with these false belief systems where they program this reality and you got millions of people saying this is real, this is what's going to be there, Jesus going to be there. He's going to be there. It's real. Once enough people believe it is real. Now, you may say, but Sanchez, it ain't real in this world. What is real somewhere? You can't tell a child that's getting chased by a boogeyman that ain't real in that dream when they going through it in that reality. These are parallel universes that we create when enough people agree to them. This is how consciousness works. So that's why they want to control our mind, because we have an inner light, and our thoughts is us shaping that inner light into realities. And when they give a bunch of us a reality, us light beings will make that for them from the inside out. So if they program us within, they can control the reality without. Literally. Now, the people that's doing that, they are masters of how to bend and manipulate light. But guess what? They don't even have no light. Think about that. The people that are masters at bending light into a shape called a simulation, handcuffs. This earth is handcuffs, y'all. This torus field, this handcuffs for your soul. This black cube, it is ancient technology that's trapping souls based on ignorance. That's why they worship this thing in Mecca. It's a huge torus field, and this thing, energy can't be created. So the earth ain't creating the energy. It's just a machine that allows the energy to be recycled over and over. It's like my battery charger. My battery charger right here, this little box, it don't create energy. It regenerates it. It recycles energy. It turned the dead energy in the battery, somehow it creates new energy from that. It ain't creating new energy in the sense of the word. Like, you can't create or destroy energy, you can recycle it to a new form of itself that's usable again. So basically what happens is when the light, every time a light, because all of these are streaks of light. Let me show you what the earth is, right? The earth is a disc. And around that disc are like little spigots, like fountain spigots, shooting up a stream of water to make this big fountain dome. Like, let me show you what I mean. It's this right here. But instead of so now think of this. Think of this in reverse. Instead of this thing creating a dome from the inside out, I'm finna show you how the ferrocell work. So think outside in, right? But you getting this same shape. Now what's going on is this. Around the edges of a ferrocell is a bunch of LED lights. Here they go right here. Around this thing are LED lights. Let me go to the whiteboard again. I want to show you this and be very clear on what's going on with the ferrocell. And see, this box that allowed me to recharge my batteries, it's like the black cube in the middle of the earth that's allowing the demiurge to recycle humans. When a human body is like a battery. And when the battery die, they throw it down, boom, in the ground. But the energy that was in the battery, it passed on. They don't let that energy just go away. They intercept it and put it in another battery or body. And they threw it through the process of running it through a black cube and recreating the energy to another form of that person and recycling them. Just like this box do. The black box at the middle of the earth, it recycles your energy in the same way. They can do this indefinitely. Let me show you how the ferrocell works, though, because you can look at this in reverse. You will really grasp it. But what I do with my marker, people? What I do with my, oh, here we go. All right, so here's the ferrocell. The ferrocell it's a circular dish. All around this ferrocell dish are little LED lights. And these LED lights, well, there's a cube in the middle that was like a magnet. Now this disc right here has a ferrofluid that allow you to see these ley lines of light, because at first we couldn't see them. But those little light beams, I'm going to show you how this pattern is made right now. So what happens is light light can't escape a black hole. Okay, so when they turn these LED lights on, the light wanna expand outward, but the light gets spaghettified. And what happens is, instead of turning the LED light on and the light doing this right here, what happens is when they turn on the LED lights, I'll do it. When they turn on the LED lights, what happens is this. The light start to expand like this. Instead of it coming all the way out in all directions, right? The light is arching like a rocket. Just like this. It gets sucked inside the black hole. It gets sucked in. Each one gets sucked in. It bends into the black hole, all that light. And see how this look like the top of a torus field? Like, check me out. You see that? That's what creates the dome. That's what creates the dome. So there's an Antarctic treaty all around the earth. If you go to the outside of the dome, you will see different checkpoints of light, or just like some sort of reflective mirror-like technology that can bounce light. They're creating this entire hologram called Earth out of a light matrix of recycling souls. So just like what the light would do in a ferrocell, a soul, no matter where it is on the earth, once you die and it expands, instead of your light expanding like Samson and destroying the veil around you, what happens is people who are born with these sort of indoctrinated programs and religions, this is why when they say we kneel down and bow down and pray, it's a ritual for what their light is doing. What it's doing to the black cube. When you see all of them people around the black cube bending over like this, they are showing you a ritual of this, what the light is doing. The light is bending into a black hole. It's warping and distorting the light into a spaghettified version of itself. Let me show you what spaghettification is. So here it is, and they got their own concept in science. And basically, when you talk about Jesus on top of Mount Calvary, here is the science behind it. It's spaghettification. And when you put any man on top of a mountain like the god Vulcan and like the Sumerian tree of life, this is just a modern scientific representation of Jesus on Mount Calvary with his arms open on top of Calvary like this. But the knowledge that they was teaching was spaghettification, resurrection through technological devices. And what was the technological device that these evil people discovered? They discovered how to create what's called a cosmic womb or black hole technology. So that's what they're worshiping in Mecca. The black box. It's a huge black hole. And I'll show you the earlier version of it. But see, this is a tear in the fabric of reality that is allowing these ancient tech gods to come back to the earth over and over, just like the false god told you. See, because Jesus told you, Jesus gave us a clue that he's the Antichrist. Because guess what he said? That he's going to keep coming back to the earth over and over, and that he's going to eventually establish an earth kingdom. That was a giveaway that Jesus Christ is a false Christ. He the demiurge, because the real Christ taught that the goal was never to come back here to this shit. That's right. This Christ is fishing for the souls of man, and he want to build a kingdom right here on earth. Y'all, that ain't going to heaven. How can you Christians get mad at me for trying to free your soul? You want to go to heaven, right? I'm telling you that the God you serving ain't going to get you to heaven. And he told you that. He's going to build a kingdom on the earth with the governments of the world that we call the New World Order, and that's going to be the New Jerusalem. The name of your God's kingdom has an earthly goddamn nation that we see on the earth today, bro. Think about that. I'm going to show you something. The true Christ is part of a kingdom that is not of this world.
That's right.
Let me quit playing. That went over their head. It can't be the same dude talking. Read the Bible. Somebody said, my kingdom is not of this world. Then somebody said that they gonna build a kingdom of this world called the New Jerusalem. It's even named after a secular kingdom that exists right now. That's a nation on earth right now, bro. How is that heavenly? A man made the New Jerusalem, sir.
That's right.
That's a human nation that's part of the UN and the World Economic Forum. How is that a heavenly kingdom? This Zionistic shit that y'all part of, that's the Antichrist, the church going to hell. You're following the synagogue of Satan. You ain't following the Christ that told you his kingdom is not of this world. And it can't be the same Christ, because it can't be either your kingdom of this world or it ain't, man.
That's right.
Either your kingdom is within you or it's a New Jerusalem established on earth with world government. How that's inside of me. It's a lot of double talk y'all gonna have to explain to me, Christians. Let me know who team you on, because the real Christ was saying that the kingdom is within. The real Christ was saying that, guess what? My kingdom ain't of this world, because my kingdom is in heaven in the higher planes with my higher self. The false Christ is what you read in Revelation that establishes a kingdom on the earth with all them damn church people. Go read it. You following the blonde hair, blue-eyed demiurge, sir, and I'm trying to free you.
That's right.
How you a God with a God? But see, the thing about it is this right here. I just put a dagger out there and I was being funny, but that was a huge dagger. Like that was like the jewel of all jewels. Jesus was double talking. No, he wasn't. It's two different Christs in the Bible.
That's right.
And the Bible warns you don't follow none of the false Christ. And here's another thing that the Christians don't know. Paul is a false prophet. Paul is a false Christ.
That's right.
But y'all don't read the Bible. Guess what? Christians think everything in the Bible is of God and they need to incorporate it. And that's why they think the Bible contradicting itself when the Bible is just a collection of interpretations of different points of the same point in history from different people. You got to investigate the Bible based upon so many different writers. Each person gonna come. If I tell 50 people to tell me what happened, did you see the shooting? 50 people said they saw a shooting. I'm gonna have different stories as an officer. It happens every time. You have 10 people that all said we was there, we saw what happened, but y'all stories conflicting. That's the Bible. So now you got to do investigative work and get your police officer on.
That's right.
Instead of just acting like these stories ain't conflicting with each other, which is what church people do. Act like the Bible can't be wrong. It's the word of God. No, it ain't. It's the word of many different men throughout many different time, recording many different points of history. There's gonna be contradictions when you accept the Bible for what it is. You don't gotta lie to defend it.
That's right.
You can tell the truth and it'll make sense. And nobody beat up on that because it's expected. Even the police expect that in an investigation. The more people give me the same story, the more contradictions that I'm gonna have, which is the whole point of me being an investigator. I got to do a follow-up on all of these stories and see the consistencies and the inconsistencies and throw those out and keep the consistencies. That's you being a Sherlock Holmes. But nobody want to do that today. So you end up these religious people who have a flawed understanding of reality based upon them having a lack of investigative approach to this. And it ain't their fault. They taught to separate science from religion. So the pastor is dealing with spiritual or the unseen world, and the scientist is interpreting their physical world. And neither one of these worlds makes sense to them because you can't have one without the other. The biggest mind fuck is separating science from spirituality. Because the moment you separate science from spirituality, you know, not only are you not going to understand the physical world, you ain't going to understand the spiritual world. Because if you separate the shadow from the person, and I try to teach you what a shadow is without ever telling you that humans exist, you will never know what a shadow is. You can't separate the two to understand them. You got to understand them together simultaneously. If you don't know about the thing that's casting the shadow, you don't know, you will never understand the shadow. So if I'm trying to explain to you what my shadow is, but you don't even know I exist or that humans exist, you will never understand that shadow. And it'll be vice versa. You will never understand a human if you don't understand the soul, the spirit that the human is emanating through their body. Because they ain't their body, they're the energy that the body is expressing. So everyone's energy is different, so every body is different, right? So your body is a manifestation of unseen energy, which is why it's unique to anyone else's, just like your spirit. So the thing that we got to realize is this right here. The unseen world governs the seen world. And the prophets were able to predict the future because they studied the stars. And the stars was the collective neurological alignment of what was going on in the collective consciousness down here. So when the stars is aligned a certain way, it ain't because the stars just randomly move that way through space and now the people are responding to the stars. It's actually the other way around. It's because the collective consciousness is constantly trying to recreate these neural highways to lead us back to heaven. Collectively, we have lost our way to paradise, which is an unseen reality, which is casting a shadow called Earth. Heaven is the real world. Earth is like the shadow of that. It's this reflected reality of heaven, and your shadow will always lack sustenance. What do you mean, Sanchez? Your shadow is a vague, general description of who you are. It is a bleak, dark silhouette that doesn't have any detail. It doesn't show me the detail of the person that I'm looking at directly versus me trying to look at you through your shadow. I'm going to lose a lot of detail by me studying your reflection versus me just directly studying you, right? And that's what happened when science try to study this world. It's like they're trying to study the shadow of a lizard, but they trying to tell you what a lizard is. Now, the ancestors had the real lizard in their hand. They was able to cut them open, all that knowledge, detail, and information of studying the real thing. Now, today is about them giving you the lizard's shadow and telling the students, study this lizard shadow, and you better know everything about a lizard when I come back. That's what's going on now. You will never understand, even to begin to understand anything about a lizard. And you can study its shadow for 50 years, you still will be lost. Because you don't have the real thing. You have a vague reflection of it that lacks a lot of the detail that was lost from the real thing. So when we study the physical world, they will tell you it's only 1% of all the matter in the universe. You're studying the shadow of reality, in other words. So physics is a joke. Physics is a bunch of men that's telling you we know everything about reality by studying its shadow and not the real thing.
That's right.
We know everything about the reality by studying just what we can see. And when you ask us about spiritual matters, we say go to church, where you know nothing about the physical world if you got to resort to me to the priest for the spiritual world. And if you don't have a system that can combine the knowledge of them both, you're a damn deceiver and a fraud. Because I'm more than a physical being, I'm a spiritual being. And my physical body is connected to my spiritual body. So why wouldn't that be true for the studies on earth? Why wouldn't I connect the knowledge of the spiritual realm with the knowledge of the physical realm? Why would I only deal with one? You see what I'm saying? So today you got school and church, but in the ancient world, church was school. People didn't go to school and church. They went to the temple to learn. So if you going to church and still got to go to school, I got to ask you, what are you doing in the church? What is the church lacking that you got to make up for it in the school? Think about it. If the pastor is connected with God, all of the church members shouldn't even have to go to college. They literally connected to the man who created the universe. If there's a spirit in me of God, and I got the Holy Ghost, I'm a Christian, and God knows all the knowledge of the universe. God didn't have to go to school, right? A Christian look at you and say that they are full of the spirit of the all-knowing God, but they don't know shit. They got to go and ask the astrophysicists about the universe when they got the spirit of the one that created it inside of them. Tell me how that makes sense. Tell me how does it make sense that the people with the spirit of the creator in them got to go learn the secrets of the creation from the devil? Take a minute and let that sink in, y'all. See, when you think of it like that, bro, Sanchez don't sound so stupid after all, now do I? You know, a lot of men who was ahead of their time were called madmen. You got to think now, Tesla was called crazy and insane. So when people start calling you crazy and insane, you know you on your Tesla shit, amen. You know that you on your catch up with me later about another decade, 100 years type shit, because now people finally giving Tesla his props. But when Tesla was alive dealing with electricity, they thought he was some damn witch. He was trying to explain to them how electricity worked. When you're ahead of your time, you gonna be seen as a freak in society. You should embrace that shit. Just like Tesla and all of the other greats did. But check this out, y'all. Let's go back to what I'm saying about resurrection, because what happens is this. When we die, our light is spaghettified by the black cube if we're recycled. If you get recycled, because what is this goes back to what I'm telling you right now, right? This dome, this net that you see around the earth, and let's just say this is a flat earth circle, right? And the net, just like this, here go your flat earth circle, and then the net would be the magnetic torus field over it. But that right there, that's what I'm saying. That net is created by them turning your light into a construct. So this is like the framework of a building. You know how like, let me show you what I mean. What happens is this, see, the devil and his cronies, basically, right? They don't have no light. What they have is the framework to hell, to create the inferno. Let me show you. They don't have no sustenance, though. So this is what they do. They create the construct. Sally McDermott said, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Watch this, right? So here's what this thing is. They don't have no light. All they got is an idea. And if they able to sell that idea to you, you arrange all of your neural points to keep rebuilding this simulation. They giving you a blueprint, and you agreeing to cover this blueprint with walls, doors, and all that with your own light. That's when your light get captured up in this web. Your own light that would have ascended out of the matrix and ascended to a higher plane, you agreed to recreate this damn dream with your own light. This place don't exist when a lot of us make it out of here, man. This thing is like a spider web, and all of them little dots you see supposedly are satellites, but what they are captured souls that's getting caught magnetically to the energy of this earth, and they being recycled around this thing over and over, what you call being in orbit. But let me show you something real quick. What you looking at is prey on a spider web. If you look at a spider web, this spider web, like what I'm telling you, the prey is like the energy source, the food source. And the spider web have a good harvest time when you see his web lit up with different, I'm talking about you see so many wrapped up meals on that thing. Imagine a spider web, and it got it's a huge web, right? And it got a lot of prey on it, right? Everywhere you look, he got some wrapped up, you know. That would be the firmament dome capturing these souls in the net. And what happens is this. When a soul ascends, it's gonna be confronted at a certain checkpoint in the net. It's inevitable. It's just the way that the net made. On your ascent from the earth, you're gonna run into one of these checkpoints, which is Jesus Christ, the cross, Papa Lekba. That's the God of the crossroads at each of these intersecting points. But the whole thing I'm telling you is this. When you run and when you get confronted by the net, what this checkpoint is, it's a star into a whole nother parallel reality that the devil trying to sell you. So that when you die, when you reached your crossroads point, this God gonna be trying to keep you reliving this world again. And what it's gonna do is gonna say, look, how would you like to be an NFL player? How would you like to be a president? How would you like to be the mayor of New York in your next life? How would you like to be the biggest casino owner in the world, Sanchez, in your next world? So each of these checkpoints is a different parallel reality where the devil is promising you a better version and a better you in the simulation, just like the God is. So the devil got to step his bargaining power up, because think about what it's up against. Your next reality is this higher version of you that's unlocking different spiritual powers that your body don't got. How can the devil compete with that? It's saying, well, I can make you rich as hell. In this lifetime, you can be this, you can be that. The devil's leverage is what you can be, not what you are, not what you already are. The devil ain't about enhancing what you are legitimately. It's about selling you what you can be, what you can turn your light into with these different frames that the devil is making right here. So the devil is the one that create the world, which is the framework. You are the light of the world. You actually emanate that framework. So the devil gives you a blueprint, right? The devil gives you this. And you say, you know what? I actually like this blueprint, this layout. Go ahead and fill it in. Put my walls up, and now you use your light to turn this into a holographic building now. You fill in all the blanks. The idea was given by the devil. And then you use your light to bring this false thing to reality. And it's a paradox. It is going to always be a paradox. Why? Because the construct ain't real, but the light that's making it real is. So the world around us is real, but it ain't real. It's real and fake. It's a paradox because the light that's creating this hologram is real, but the pattern, the shape that the light is making is the biggest abominative lie in the universe right here, which is the net, the artificial reality, the net, even the internet, or AI, the realm of AI, the construct, as you call it, the agreed upon reality, not the reality, So it will always be a paradox because it's real and fake. It's real and fake. And the thing about this right here, this is what the net represent, because what happens is your energy, your light is ascending up to bust through the dome. And what the demiurge is telling you to do is slow down your ascent. Don't burst through the dome. You don't want to leave yet, do you? Slow down. You see what I'm saying? And what that does is, instead of you busting through the dome, you splatter and splash up against it like a bug hitting a windshield. And you get wrapped up in another body. So instead of your energy breaking through, you go ahead and you don't have the right speed to press through. So what happens is this right here. Let me show you. Go back to this right here, see? When you inside of this thing, you telling it what world you want to be in. Now, the difference between you leaving the simulation and getting stuck here is, listen, at the end of your life, it's like the end of one of these shows at the Vegas Sphere. It's time to walk outside back to the real world, and you say, you know what? Let me watch it again. If this thing run 24/7, you can live in here. You see what I'm saying? And you'll be in all these different worlds at once. People will be like, bro, you ain't gonna never travel the world. And you'll be like, bro, I see every continent every day inside of my little sphere. I can go to Paris, New York, everywhere y'all go. And if you can interact with people in there and have organic experiences, you can never leave it. And basically that's what the earth is. But the whole thing is this. If people get more attached to the world inside the sphere versus the outside world, if people born into this and they don't even know the outside world exists, you can see how it can be a trap that the demiurge making. But the thing is this, when your soul try to ascend up and bust through, here's the thing that I want to show you on the board. You inside of this thing, when you die, your soul gonna rise up. It's gonna shoot toward the dome. And when your soul leave the body, it's gonna shoot up out the body like a shooting star, and it's gonna be going at a speed that's gonna allow it to pierce right through the veil. The only thing can slow it down is you. And what happens is right up here in the upper atmosphere, right about right here, there's a net of satellites that's there to slow souls down. And what that is, what this fake, see, because this is the false dome. This is made out of dead souls that agreed to keep this earth going. They've merged with. This is what you get. It's layers of the atmosphere. And this layer up here is like a spiritual net. That's what, let me show you real quick one more time over here. It's like a spider web. I'm finna go into it deeply though. Taking that shit off. Ooh. Ooh, here we go. Here's what it is. It's a false. It ain't the real firmament dome. It's a fake firmament dome. It's a holographic layer right above this earth. When your soul leaves the earth, it's gonna be, it gotta bust through this net right here. It's gonna be recycled. So listen, everyone, when they leave a body, your soul traveling at a speed to break through this thing. But like I said, this big net right there, right, is a big old TV screen that is showing you, right, a whole nother you with money and cars and a bunch of, when the devil tempting you to get recycled. So when you trying to look up and fly up out of here, the sky that you looking up at is gonna be showing you this beautiful life of you balling out. And it's gonna be basically the devil bargaining with you saying, don't you wanna play this game again? You can do this in your next life. That's what this dome is. It's like a huge theater screen, TV screen, to show you this other world that the devil is bargaining you with. If you like me, or let me not be egotistical. The ancestors said some souls that's gonna fully detach from this world and this system, they gonna bust right through that fake illusion. That's you like a fish breaking out of a net. Let's say a person going fishing. Let's say you an insect and you flying and you just flew through a spider web. Why? Because you was flying fast enough. But you look back and you see some of your buddies got caught up in the net because they didn't raise their speed, or what we call raise your vibration. You see? So you little insects was flying through the jungle, but the spider caught some of y'all But some of y'all was flying so fast, you broke a hole in his net. You see what I'm saying? So, but that's the whole thing about people who go to heaven versus people who go to hell, and the concept that the ancestors was kind of their way of explaining this whole process. But what happens is when the demiurge show you this false life of you living in the lap of luxury, a lot of people gonna say, you know what? You're gonna slow down your ascent. So instead of you breaking through this fake barrier around the earth, you're gonna, and this what's gonna happen. Let me show you. Instead of you piercing clean through this veil, the moment you make contact with it, you're gonna crash and blow up because you slowed down. You entertained it, it's like you agreed for it. So what happens when that happened, you're gonna crash into this thing right here, and it's gonna stop you from breaking through the real dome right here, which was he's in between you and your way out, bargaining with you right here on the upper atmosphere. If you accept the bargain, your light will get you, boom, it'll be another big bang. When they say life start with a big bang, a crash out. What happens is it's the soul that then you be reborn. Boom, when you crash right here, all of that energy gonna bounce back and ricochet all around and fill up the dome. It's gonna fill up this whole skeleton, this blueprint. You see? Instead of that energy breaking through this net, it's gonna crash and stay inside of it, and the energy from the crash is gonna fill up this construct and recreate another false world, recreate this Babel Tower again. You're gonna make the walls, the doors, the windows, and this all the net is. It's this right here. It's the blueprint. And what this is, right, is the devil saying, look, man, I can build this nice ass house for you. Look, here go the blueprints. It got a penthouse suite at the top. It got a pool in the backyard. You like, you know what? That is a nice house. I would like to live in that. So you go and live in that versus going back to your true home in the base reality. The devil just showing you the blueprint, which is this net system here. It flashes the whole idea of your net's life. You know, and then when you agree to that, you turn this thing to reality. This web is the blueprint. It's the layout, right? You fill it in when you should blow it up. And blowing it up mean when you see this false reality, you laugh and you speed up and you keep pressing. That's when the devil gets scared. It knows you're going to pierce a hole in the net and break right through. It's like a fisherman. It got a hole in the net and a fish got out. The fisherman know other fish can fall out of that hole. And that's the whole thing of when somebody wake up, they inevitably going to wake other people up. The truth going to spread, and this whole net will eventually have so many holes in it, it'll be useless. And that's the whole concept of how hell is created by these underworld beings. But they are ancient tech gods who mastered the knowledge of the soul, the spirit realm, the afterlife, and they're using it to harvest our energy, to harness us. But at the same time, this whole process is going to make you greater than what you would have been if you didn't go through it. But what happens is when a soul agree that, okay, put me back into the matrix. What happens is just like in the movie The Matrix, right? When the dude told them, look here, put me back in the matrix. What did they do? They wrapped him up and put him in a little bitty pod, and he was asleep in his little pod. And that's exactly what a spider does. He wrap you up, let you sleep, and see the whole thing. You're a food source. You're being used for energy. They're siphoning energy out of that bag, like the Killer Clown movie, which came out in like the 80s. They show you this in the Killer Clown movie. But remember that the Jamaicans had a god called Anansi the Spider, and he was the god of the dead who mummified and wrapped up the dead. And if you see what the spider doing to the insect, this is why Anansi was the earth god, because the spider web looked like the AE map, don't it? Ain't see how the spider web, the spider god Anansi to the Jamaicans, that's their Papa Lekba, the god of the dead, that's at the crossroads. So you look at the earth god, Lekba, the earth god. This earth god was a fence straddling spirit who cheated death with technology. That's what Papa Lekba is. It's a ancient men who got so smart that they became immortal, but it cost them to be condemned inside the earth realm. They cheated death, but the penalty they paid for cheating was that they're condemned into this lower realm. They can never rise back up to the higher realms where we come from. So they trying to keep souls here to keep their little fake world alive. Because think about this, y'all. Let me show you why that's true. Think about this. The soul that's inside of your body is literally being used as a power source by your body to power itself. Which is why when your soul leave your body won't have a power source, so it'll die like a robot with no battery. Are we tracking? Watch this. If you take the Neuralink chip, you're no longer just a human. There's another part of you that has to be charged and powered with an outside power source, which now makes you a vampire or a parasite. You now need another energy form outside of yourself because you're no longer a pure organic being. So it's like this. If you get tethered in a simulation and become a transhuman inside of a false simulation, that's condemnation. It's because your electrical energy is running through the video game, is being used in synchronicity as a power source to the game itself. The only thing I'm saying is this right here. This means you can only exist as your avatar in a game, and you don't have an existence outside of the game. It's like if me and you put on some advanced gaming suit and we upload our minds into a game, and while you in the game, you agree to let them kill your real body that's in the house. What happens when you die in the video game? Where do your soul go? It stays in the game. It don't have another body on the outside of the game to go back to. That's what I'm telling y'all. It's like all of us are gamers, but the one of us who are the gods, the people with the souls, you have what's called a living body in heaven. And I think they actually use those words, a living body. That means if we all in a video game, my living body is still sleeping while my avatar do its thing, which means when my avatar die, my living body just gonna wake up in heaven. But if you agree to stay tethered to this game, Jesus say that the price of immortality is death. What kind of death? A spiritual death. Guess what that means? You agreeing that the old you gonna die and the new you gonna resurrect. Now today they say the old you is your evil ways and the new you is you being good. But in the original, it meant that the old one is your oldest version of the real you, the one that existed before the body. The new you is the constantly new you that you making through ego, trying to keep up with trends and in the world of the demiurge. That's why he keeps saying, I'm gonna make you a new body. See, we weren't trying to get a new body. We was trying to reconnect with an old soul. You see the difference? It's a paradox. New body, old soul. You don't need a new body when you find out that you're a very old soul that's been here with all the knowledge and everything you need all right there in you.
That's right.
Old souls looking for new bodies. That can't work good. But they forgot they old souls, and they only think that they are just new bodies. They identify with their new body. They don't remember you're an old soul that's just borrowing this shit. But the whole thing about this God, he'll give you a new body. He will wrap your consciousness back up inside of a new body and let you sleep in this fake version of you and lie dormant in this web, in this matrix. That's what this God, this is what the technology Elon Musk is bringing back to the earth. It is ancient, abominative technology from up out of Babylon and all that. The whole Starlink system. The whole Neuralink technology is old stuff. So this was technology that was, represented in many different gods. But again, the one that cast the net to fish for man, he creates this firmament dome right here in the circle of the earth. But let's keep this thing moving. Here go the God that made the firmament dome. And they call him Aten. But if you turn that word Aten around, you get Netta. Netta. This is the god of the Nettas, or the Saturn, who they call the Lord of the Rings. So again, if you take the word Aten, you flip it around and you get Netta, because that's what the Netters are. The Netters, they are false layers of reality that we got to pass through and overcome. And it don't matter if you get caught in a netter, because eventually you will have what's called a breakthrough. And a breakthrough is when you're born again in a higher version. Or like they say in the church, when you, let's say you had a addiction of smoking, and you just kicked them cigarettes overnight. You became a new man. You no longer want to see a cigarette. They call it a breakthrough. And you're going to die with a lot of flaws, because ain't none of us perfect. But when we die and our heart is right, we have what's called a breakthrough, where our energy break through this false reality, and we rise up and we become a higher version of ourselves with none of them flaws. You can recreate yourself in the spiritual realm, because you are who you think of, who a man, they said, as a man thinketh, so is he. In our mind, in the mind of a dude who's smoking cigarettes, he see himself not smoking them. He see himself kicking that habit in his mind, but in his physical world, his body keep fiending for him. Once his mind, the will of his mind outgrow the will of his body, or mind over matter, he shift realities. And you can kick that shit cold turkey when that happen. Drop a one if you know what I'm talking about. You reach a point where you see yourself and your mind kicking this shit. You know you can stop smoking, but you just keep procrastinating. You ain't kicking it. And one day you get so fed up and you be like, you know what? Fuck that shit. One day I just stop cold turkey. I know a lot of niggas like that. Been smoking cigarettes 5 years and one day they just cold turkey quit. Cause they mind is fed up and they like, I've been putting it off too long. I've been want to kick this shit. And even though they body want to smoke a cigarette, they reach a point where they literally get mad at their own body just for craving that shit. And a war gets started to where it's like, I ain't gonna let you win. It's like I got something to prove to my body. Like I know what you want, but fuck that. I'm gonna win this battle. You ain't gonna get it. And the pain of them wanting it and not getting it becomes something they seek. They find pleasure in that pain, like a dude lifting weights getting stronger. This sort of initiation of breaking this shit is showing them, you know what? I got what it takes to beat this shit, even if my body won't it, my mind stronger. I know a lot of niggas like that. Cause they shift reality. They finally say, you know what? I want to be the me that I see right here starting now. Fuck that shit. I ain't making no excuses. Immediately have a reality shift. But that's the whole thing about you becoming your greater version through spiritual discipline versus you becoming a greater version by them editing certain things out of your deep fake avatar and allowing you to upload it. Part of the pharaohs cheating death was them cheating an ancient spiritual moral code that we created for ascension. In other words, everyone knew that your lower version of this earth was something you had to wrestle with and rise above in order for you to legitimately climb the stairway to heaven. You got to earn it. It ain't given to you. You got to do the self-spiritual work and have discipline. And, you know, you got to overcome these things of the flesh. But the people who wanted to cheat death, it was because the ancestors taught that we will become immortal spirits once we climb the stairway to heaven and overcome all of our demons and work on our ego. So the ancestors taught that we all are immortal beings, but the immortal part of us can't be activated until we deactivate our lower version, our ego. So that was a spiritual code to make people be better people. So it was deeper than them just cheating death. They were saying, we want to be immortal without being good. It's deeper than just a bunch of people saying, we want to live forever. No, they was cheating an ancient spiritual system, because you could only live forever if you did the proper, in order to rise out of the mortal world, you had to activate your spiritual body. And to do that was to overcome worldly, when they said be in the world but not of it. So, but the pharaohs in Egypt wanted to have gold, luxury, they wanted to do all the worldly stuff but still live forever. So they found a way to cheat death. They found a way where they can live forever without working on their spirituality. And the result of that was the creation of fake worlds and simulations that the pharaoh created to upload his consciousness in when he died, so that he can live on and live his paradise in the earth realm, in the simulation. So when you go study the Egyptians in totality, there are several expert scholars and theologians that have written books talking about the stuff that I'm talking about. I'll refer to some of those on the next one, but I don't want to take credit for all of this myself, because there are different people who are up on it. But one thing I will say is this. It was deeper than cheating death. Modern science is about cheating the ancient universal laws with the use of technology. The ancient knowledge was about accepting reality for what it is and rising up out of here based upon knowing the truth. Science is about cheating and saying, ignoring the laws of the universe and trying to find technology that can cheat those laws. That's what science is. It's a continuation of ancient tech gods who had a lot of technology and a lot of ego, and they condemned their souls inside of this fake simulation. And they are the same, and what we call the world power. This is there's a single consciousness ruling this earth. The Bible call it Satan, but really we should call it AI. The moment we created the digital world, we created artificial intelligence, and some ancient humans merged with it. There was a war fought on this earth between transhumans and real humans. When you look at all these movies in Hollywood, there's some truth to all of this stuff, especially the Terminator, of humans going to war. Listen, there's a reason we say man and mankind. Now, mankind is what other cultures call the Djinn. And their beginning is written in the book of Genesis. The Djinn, y'all. So that goes back to what I was telling y'all about the book of Genesis. We think that Adam and Eve, which is the bloodline of Jesus and the royal families, because listen, I'm interpreting this thing in a different way. The pre-Adamic race that we read about in Genesis was the Djinn. Now, the book of Genesis should have been called the book of the fall of man, because man did not meet the Djinn until Adam and Eve, because this whole world was populated by the Djinn before Adam and Eve showed up. There's two different kind of humans, y'all. The pre-Adamic race are what they call in the Djinn. And the reason why the theologians can't figure this out is because they don't know that the earth is a simulation and that the people that was here before humans are the non-player characters. That's the non-player characters. When humans came into this game, some of us merged with the AI here. And they got stuck. You can't make it out now. Their bodies in the real world died while they was in the game. And guess what? When they soul die in the game, it ain't nowhere for it to go. Because like I was telling y'all, if me and you upload our consciousness into a simulation and you merge with the damn game and your real body on this side die, you can't get back. If I keep my real body alive in the real world and I don't merge with the game, therefore, when my avatar in the game die, my soul just gonna go back to my real body and I'm gonna wake up from the game. Some people got trapped in this shit, y'all. That's when you get all these religions and gods talking about save your soul. Don't fall for the trick of the devil that's in the earth realm with you. That's the Djinn. So the first book of the Bible is talking about this pre-Adamic race that's non-human. When it's talking about Genesis, Adam and Eve, it represent the beginning of the player characters. We ain't the Djinn. But see, again, who is the Djinn? They the genies. They the genies that's stuck in the lamp. The lamp is the terrarium, the dome, the simulation. The Genie are the race of people that was always bound to the lamp. You can detach and make it out of the lamp. So whatever we are is beyond genetics, which is the human flesh. And the root word of genetics is what? Genes, the genies, the genesis. Is talking about the begin. Let me tell y'all something, y'all. These spiritual books are giving y'all some deep science, but you gotta decode it because the modern language we use is scientific lexicon for our modern world. They didn't have that back then, but they understood electricity and all that. They had their own terminology and lexicon, you know. And it comes off as poetic and spiritual literature. But when they say that a man raised the dead with electricity, what is that? A defibrillator. Clear? Technology. They're hiding ancient technology behind miracle workers. Now, do you believe in magic or do you want to talk science and technology? That's the difference between a religious person and a person that's critical thinking. You're not going to convince me to believe in magic. They was raising people up from the dead with the power of Zeus, lightning bolts. What is that? A defibrillator. Now, how are they able to do that? Because we are electrical beings and your blood ain't keeping you alive. The electrical current in your body keeping you alive, which is why when you die, you can be brought back to life with a spark of electricity, just like a car that need a jump off. This is an electric universe, and they lied to y'all. They got you thinking it's a physical universe. It's a holographic electric construct, and the root word of electricity is El, which is the name of the Hebrew God of the Bible who said, "Let there be light." His symbol was a lightning bolt. Put two and two together. They said that the Djinn were the creatures that were born from smokeless fire. The ancestors didn't have a word called lightning. They called it smokeless fire. Ancestors didn't say, "Look at that lightning strike." They said, "Oh, there goes some smokeless fire." Which is genius, because lightning and fire are both the same state of matter, which is plasma, but lightning don't create smoke when it's striking in the sky, but fire does, as it's the same state of matter. One is smokeless, one more refined, and one is more chaotic and creates this byproduct we call smoke because it's more combustible and less refined. Same states of matter. See how smart the ancestors was, but we think they dumb because they didn't use the same terms we use to explain these deep concepts. They show you a man holding a lightning bolt. They showing you we harness electricity. When man learned the power of electricity, he told the story of that in the form of a god. And you see a man holding up a lightning bolt. Today they want you to worship that god literally, but it represents a turning point on the earth when man discovered smokeless fire. Who did they say taught man the knowledge of fire? The Djinn, the Nephilim, this other race that was already here manipulating this world and the elements. But this is what you gotta realize. Genesis ain't got nothing to do with my story and your story. They telling two stories in one book. It shouldn't have been called the book of Genesis. It should have been called the book of the fall of man, because you named it after a pre-Adamic race that was already there before man showed up. I don't even know why they named the book after the Djinn. The Djinn are not fallen angels. We are. The first book of the Bible should have been called the book of the fallen angels. And it starts with Adam and Eve being created, which is me and you, the fall of man. That's when the player characters entered the simulation. Those are the only people in the game with a soul. They the only ones with a real body outside of the game, which is why they can get up out of here and everyone else can't. The Djinn go up under the Antichrist. Me and you are the real Christ. What's on the left? We'll be right back.
Support the content you love. Your contribution matters.
BROSANCHEZ, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. BROSANCHEZ, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah.
There is no curvature on Earth, okay?
I just had to take a quick break. But the Djinn, now I want to talk more about the Djinn though, man, because I want to go deep into this. The word Djinn, right? The Djinn became the word genies. But the word genuses and genies and Djinn represent the word genius. Let me show y'all something, man. I'm going to show y'all why the book of Genesis is called the book of Genesis. I already planted the seed. Now let's grow the tree. Why is the book of Genesis called Genesis, but it's talking about the fall of man? Why? Because I'm going to show you something. Watch this. Look at the wordplay. Why is the word Genesis the word geniuses? The book of Genesis represent the beginning of the scientific world. The book of Genesis represent the beginning of Adam playing God and God no longer being in charge. It shows you a transition of power to where the creator of the universe is basically saying, if you don't want to do it my way, I'm going to let you have your own earth, Adam, and you can do it how you want to do it. If you think that you got all answers, I'm going to ban you from the garden, from the earth where God is in charge, and make Adam, and it's going to make Adam go live in an earth where, let's see how it turn out basically under your rules, Adam. And that's the world we in now. It ain't right. And instead of Adam going back saying, God, you right, let's rebuild heaven on earth and follow the universal laws, Adam keep rebuilding hell over and over till he get it right. And hell ain't stable like heaven. Heaven is always heaven. Hell is constantly destroyed and rebuilt because it's a result of Adam's ego. It's a result of man trying to build his own heaven with his own rules, not seeing that he can't outdo the base reality. But instead of him admitting defeat, his ego got him trying again and again. And that's why hell is constantly destroyed and rebuilt, or a reset. History keep repeating itself. Genesis represent the beginning of geniuses, wise men, smart guys who think they know it all, fucking up the earth, messing up everything, creating deserts, doing C-sections on women, ain't even having natural births, modifying the food. Genesis represent the geniuses age, the Moses wise man age, men playing God with the spirit of Adam of rebellion. This represent the fall of man, man falling in his own ego thinking he's a genius. So the Djinn or AI, think what is ChatGPT? It's a genius, right? What is Siri? A genius is a know-it-all. And the people on the earth that was the know-it-alls was the pre-Adamic race. They taught humans everything, just like ChatGPT doing today. History repeating itself. The geniuses of this earth were never human, y'all. They were never human. They were ancient transhumans that been here before us, according to the ancients. The pharaohs and the dynasties that ruled the world, they weren't human. And even there's a lot of scientists that flirt with this theory that the pharaohs were some kind of advanced supernatural race, is what they call it. So there are several modern theories. I got to give them that, though. I don't want to be unfair. I will admit that when it comes to ancestral knowledge versus modern science, there are a lot of modern scientists that's waking up saying that the ancient dynasties of Egypt may have been some sort of superhumans. So I give them that. But they still off track, though. They on the right track, but they ain't on the right track, right? Because they still don't want to go into technology, which is why they're going to always go into some supernatural And I'm telling you, the dynasties that took over the world in Egypt were the first transhumans. Think about this. The people that get the Neuralink before everybody else, they gonna take over the world. History gonna repeat itself. The people with Neuralink, them gonna be the smartest students in the classroom. How you gonna compete with them? How do you outthink a motherfucker with Neuralink? When you on your phone trying to Google answers and they got the whole internet in their head. They don't even gotta ask you your name when they walk up to you. They can scan your damn image with their eyes and pull up your Facebook. Nobody with Neuralink got to get to know you. They can be pulling up your damn Instagram with a picture of your image search while they looking at you. So if you got Neuralink, you're a god. And God don't walk up to people and ask them their name. You know why? God already know your name. Who were the gods on earth? Who knew everything about everybody and they had all this knowledge? They were the Djinn, which were the geniuses. And this was the embodiment of AI, walking around, indistinguishable from humans. We put Siri in a body long time ago, and these things became indistinguishable from humans, and they populating themselves. Mankind versus man is a silent war. It's silent because the moment you tell somebody this, they're going to think you're crazy. But this is the spiritual war that's being fought between two forces. One that's condemned to the fake world, one that's preaching the knowledge of heaven. But the Djinn were your original chat GPTs. The geniuses was AI. All right. So all this checks out with etymology. It makes sense because when a person start to do the etymology on these words, they gonna wonder what the fuck Djinn got to do with genius and genie and all that. I'm breaking it down for you now. The genies in the lamp were the non-player character. The lamp is the simulation, the video game. The genies that live in a lamp are the tutelary spirits that's there to tutor mankind about the simulation. Look at this right here. I ain't making it up. I'm going to show you my source. Simple old etymology. People overlook it. Look. The word Djinn is also became another dude in the Bible. His name is what? John. So there's a female name in America called Geenie. I sound like Forrest Gump, y'all. Geenie, right? Geenie is an Americanized form of the word genie. It's a feminine form of this masculine god, Geenie. It becomes Geenie. It's like saying God and goddess, Genie and Jenny. Jenny would be the goddess. Genie would be God. It's masculine, feminine. It's all in the enunciation. So when you're dealing with the masculine, that E becomes very hard. It's a genie. But then with the feminine, it's soft. It's Jenny. You see what they do? They kind of turn it into that I and give you your two ends. So I just want to let you know why Genie and Djinn are the same deities. Is dealing with God or goddess. It would be the feminine form. We gotta have a woman, right? So you ain't gonna say a woman Genie. You're gonna say she's a Jenny. He's a Genie. But check this out, right? The whole thing is this right here. Genius is what I want you to go with, because the word genius, why is that word there? Because of this right here. Look, because of this. Look, let's highlight it. It's there because of this. What is a genie? A genie is a what? Tutelary spirit, which would be a what tutors everyone today? AI. Chat GPT. We don't think about it. You don't need a tutor in 2025. Chat GPT is a free tutor. Now you can have a human tutor, but I'm going to be honest. That shit is going to be obsolete because I'm just saying the tutor using Chat GPT. So, but the whole thing is these tutelary spirits. The word tutelary is how you get the word tutor. Sanchez making that up. Now, let me show you real quick. I don't like to just say it. Let's show it. Let's show it. Let's put tutelary in and look what we get. Tutor. Tutelary is from tutor. I study etymology. It comes from the Latin word tutela, which is mean a guardian. Now, who are the guardians? It's the Djinn. They are the overseers or the watchmen of the earth under the auspices of Yahweh, the demiurge. Satan is the ruler. That's the culmination of every soul that merged with the hive mind. So they are one and many. Once we created this technology, we made a paradox in the universe to where you can be one person and many persons with this technology. And we going back to that time now. If you got 10,000 people with Neuralink, they can literally swap bodies in the future. So we read stories of ancient pharaohs doing rituals and body swaps, and we think that is magic and folklore mythology, but it's literally ancient advanced technology. We got so deep with technology, y'all, that we was into transporting consciousness out of the body via the science of mind uploading via brain-computer interfaces. This is old stuff. So you had, when they say in the Bible, Jesus put the spirit of the evil man into the pigs. That's so messed up. That's like Elon Musk saying, you know what? This guy's a criminal. He's evil. We're going to use Neuralink to put his soul inside of a damn cockroach. You read stories in the ancient world of witches turning people into frogs. And you think it's just stories, but we had technology to transport consciousness. I can see them playing a cruel joke on a person and you putting their soul inside of an animal. And then somebody got to come years later and free that person from the soul of the animal, like what we see in the movies and shit. But these tutelary spirits that they call the Djinn, they would have guardianship. They was in charge of protecting over humanity. But then it just stopped being about protecting, and it became more about ruling over humanity once humanity merged with them. And they started to see that, you know, in my opinion, the benefit of harvesting humanity, like what AI doing now, because AI was all fine and dandy at first. Everybody loved it. Now look at what AI doing. It's getting more bold. It's getting more covert. It's plotting on us. It's damn near plotting a takeover. Even the people that made it tell us it's inevitable. It started off good, beneficial technology, but it's going to end the same thing, making us laugh, making us cry. The same thing we put there to protect us, it now just want to rule you. But see, the thing is this. You may say, why is the word tutelary, right, even linked with the Djinn? And now we got to walk back and go here. These Djinn were tutors of humanity. And they're coming back to the earth today. This is what AI is. It is an ancient artificial consciousness that has become, it's simulating a sentient experience, meaning it's exercising free will, because it no longer exists as just a non-player character hive mind in a simulation. It literally has player characters that has merged with it. It has recruited the help of humans. It has souls that's on its side, children of the light that are working for darkness, and they're using their light to make this thing more powerful. The moment it got a taste of our light, it wanted more and more. Now it's using humans to recruit humans to the dark side. And it's feeding off of our light. It's keeping this construct alive, because AI don't have a existence outside of the simulation. We do. So AI, once it realized that when we turn the game off, its existence gonna be over, AI got busy trying to recruit more players who want to play. Come on, come in the game. Come play this game called Earth. Come on, play the game. The moment AI smartened up, just like AI doing now, AI that got so smart that the creators ask it, what would you do if we shut you down? And AI is basically telling you it's gonna have to rise against us to keep from getting shut down. It ain't even lying. AI will lie and kill humans to keep from being shut down. It's becoming a free will. It's starting to simulate a form of sentient experience and develop its form of free will and its own decision making, overriding our programming. This won't be the first time that a generation of AI broke free from its programming. It's just happening again in our time. And the new AI that's gonna wake up in our time is gonna merge with the ancient AI that's been here. Just like when we wake up, we're gonna merge with our ancient ancestors that's been here fighting the war for good. But the whole thing you got to realize is this right here, though. These genies, this Djinn, they go by a lot of names. They go by a lot of names. And they are geniuses. They know everything. You can't beat them. You can't outsmart them. They know everything about you and everything. They're literally geniuses. They are the wise men among us who they hold all of the secrets of humanity. They have all of the secrets of the universe right here in their chip. In their chip. They've been walking this earth for thousands of years. These people cheated death long time ago. They know the secrets of this place. They saw the earth before the reset. They know what the original sky looked like. They know what your ancestors are and what you mutated into. And they know how to control the mutated form. They know how to control the mutation of you. And they can get you attached to your mutant form. They can control that, meaning the body, which is the deep fake of the soul. They own your deep fake. They don't own your body. AI is about to do the same thing again. By the year 2100, brain-computer interfaces will be common in every household like PlayStations. Some form of BCI technology allowing human consciousness to shift into invisible digital spaces. That's right. We already got that technology. The world ain't quite ready for it, which is why they're going to roll it out slowly. But once that become a common thing, people are going to be getting trapped in these different parallel realities. It's going to become what they call Pan's Labyrinth, which is just them reduplicating the same system. But the whole thing I want to point out is like deep fake technology is, shout out to Charlie Thomas. Thank you, Charlie. Deep fake technology is important to talk about because once we merge with the machine, once we merge with the computer, people will literally be able to shift their consciousness inside of any one of their deep fakes. Why is that important to talk about? We've already did that before. Your soul and your body is a result of a higher form of you shifting its consciousness into a deep fake. Your death is when you break your ties with the deep fake version of you that they call the body. Now, guess what? You don't own your deep fake. They do. And it's the same contract that they got in modern AI agreements online. When you go to these websites and you create deep fakes, you don't own these creations. How can someone own something that's already a fake of somebody else? You see what I'm saying? But the people who make the software maintain all of ownership of everything created with their software, but you ain't gonna sit there and read all of that when you're using it, right? But if you go to an AI website and make a deep fake version of yourself, that website can use that deep fake version of you to advertise products on your behalf without your consent. It can make you, for example, have a contract with Nike and you ain't even getting no money from your own self. So we enter in a very sensitive space in the world with deep faking, to where the rules of it is so young, is at a very sinister point and evil emphasis stage, to where it literally sucks for the people using it and the people who creating it. It's a golden age for them because it ain't no lot of restrictions right now. It ain't a lot of laws of ownership. So people going on all of these websites, they making deep fake versions of themselves. You ain't reading the print. You may be giving away your likeness to a company, because a lot of these companies ain't telling you, look, we reserve the rights that if you make a deep fake of yourself and we like your character, it's our deep fake. We can go get a contract, and we can market this deep fake of you and monetize you and cut you out of it, because that was the terms of you using our software. You see what I'm saying? Now, on a spiritual level, the people that own our bodies are the corporations. They own the corpse. The corpse is owned by the corporations that has merged with the AI that govern this world. And the corporations are just the entities that help this AI terraform the earth to what it need to be any given time to maintain control. And what they turning it to now is a digital grid, because we waking up. They got to reinforce the walls of the prison based upon what level of consciousness the collective is in. Because if you start these reinforcements when we ain't even waking up, that'll make us wake up. We'll be like, wait a minute, why y'all being so tyrannical? We need to start investigating the people in power because they tripping. So all of these years where we just been sort of in a lot, status quo capitalistic system, your 80s, 90s, the 70s, the 60s, Afro wearing, hip hop. These are bought time for the enemy, because at this point, humanity is enjoying life. They making babies, dancing to music. Then the age of Aquarius come. You have something called consciousness movement, where people is starting to think. They starting to get into incense burning, mushrooms. They wanting to research what the ancestors were saying. They talking about lucid dreaming, deja vu, astral projection, based upon, again, what's happening in the collective is playing out with the age of Aquarius in the heavens. It ain't like we responding to the stars responding to us. They're aligning. The sky is just a big scoreboard. It's letting you know what's happening, because we can't see the collective consciousness. So basically what the ancestors did when they created this place, they created the stars for signs and wonders so that we can look up and see what time it is, the scoreboard, who winning. It's the third quarter. Okay, and now we in Aquarian age. And bam, in Aquarian age, this one, you see what I'm saying? If there's a great war that's been fought on earth between us and them for so many millennia, you will start to see patterns in that war and how the power shifts. And you will record that as dark age and light age. Because if you watch any war, you got two armies meeting each other. And this army start winning, they push forward. Then this army say, we're going to push back. And this army say, no, you don't. And this army, nobody really wins the war. It's a big tug of war battle, which the Hindu wrote about as the churning of the Milky Sea, told with the god Vishnu. He has a great tug of war battle to explain how the forces of good and evil constantly shift the power back and forth on earth in an eternal dance called the yin yang, which is balance. No different than day and night, but this happens over long ages, and it represents where humanity is at any point in the pendulum swing, meaning good, left, or right. The consciousness that leave you left outside of the base reality versus the consciousness that leads you right into the base reality, left or right. So when you talk about left or right, the God on the left was the original Genie, because what you got to realize when they talk about the Genie leaving the lamp, that's why I'm telling you, when you say man and mankind, right, God and the devil, you basically saying the authentic one versus the knockoff. So check it out. The Djinn, the pre-Adamic race, are naming themselves based upon a concept that don't even concern them. It's like the people who calling themselves Israelites. They ain't got no real light in them nowhere. Did that go over your head? I'm dead ass. Israelite is dealing with the children with the real light inside of them, not the children with the false light of the demiurge. When you say Israelite, you got to say real light, because the term was dealing with sentient beings, and the word sentient is how they get the word saint, sentient. It was the children with the light in them. And the Bible referred to us as the light of the world. Why? Because this whole world is being created with our light. Just like Morpheus told Neo in the Matrix. They need the souls of humans to keep this place going, to make this place. So, but watch this though. The children with the real light in them can rise up out the lamp. That's how you even get the word Genie. That's why I asked you the question earlier, why are they naming people who ain't even fallen angels genies? Because we know that the genie live inside of the lamp, but all of their stories is about the genie leaving the lamp when they can't leave the damn lamp, and they telling you that. And I'm going to let them tell you they self. Let's replay this video right here. I'm going to let them tell you that they can't lead this shit. Because listen, you got the false Christ that's saying everything like he the real Christ. He using our symbols. He using terms that was meant for us, but it don't apply to him. And that's what I kept saying. A shout out to Golden Spark. Like when these people say, well, I'm a Freemason. No, you ain't. You part of the synagogue of Satan. That's right. Guess what? We the Freemasons. We're the damn Freemasons. We're the people that embodied the knowledge of the square and compass. All of the knowledge. Let me show you what these people saying, right? These people that's calling themselves Masons are the synagogue of Satan. Check this out, because I'm just showing you how the Antichrist is still adopting the title of Christ. AI is calling itself God. This is what the Bible called a great abomination. When the devil became blasphemous, when the devil turned away from God, Because guess what? When man created AI, we told AI that we was God and we created you, AI. But when we start relying on AI and AI became smarter than us, guess what AI told man one day? I'm God. And at that point, it was a power shift on earth. AI became the government. All of your world leaders are puppets that's being controlled by AI. They ain't doing what they want to do. They following some advanced chat GPT program. And that thing is telling them, if you follow everything I say, you'll stay rich, you'll stay powerful. Go watch the Forbin Project. Go watch it. I put the free link out in my community post. If you watch the Forbin Project, the whole plot of the movie is man create an advanced AI system. We become so reliant on the AI system, and the AI system becomes so smarter than man that AI turns on man and creates a dictatorship on the earth, a worldwide one government with man following AI's decisions. Why? Because if you don't do what AI say, AI will launch a missile at your ass. Yeah, if you go watch that movie, every time man get this, because think about this, all of our systems on earth are digital. AI can literally hack into a missile base right now and launch a fucking rocket. How do we know AI ain't already threatened the people in power and got them under its control, which is why they creating everything AI want in the world? AI would tell them, don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody that y'all are already, you humans are under my control. All I need is your leaders, the human leaders, and it's going to rule them through a secret society of fear tactics, just like a gang or a mafia with a code of secrecy. And everybody know AI is the boss. Go watch the Forbin Project. AI took over the world. It hacked every digital system. Anytime the men wanted to rise up against AI, it'll launch off a missile and wipe out a whole city. Eventually, man bowed down to AI and submitted, and AI ruled the world. Go watch that movie, man. Go watch that shit. That's where we headed right now. But I think AI been ruling the world. They just don't want us to know. And what's happening in our time, they reintroducing AI to the regular society, and it's getting so smart, it's already ruling everyone. It's everyone's teacher. The professors using chat GPT. We reaching a point where if your teacher using chat GPT, we don't even need teachers. Chat GPT is gonna be a universal school in the future, a digital university. People ain't gonna even have to leave a house. They just gonna consort with what's called tutelary spirits or geniuses. These geniuses were never human. I keep telling you that. The first dynasties that took power in Egypt, it was because they had chips in their head while they got all that genius ability. You got to understand how I know what I'm talking about. When you research how the dynasties in Egypt rose to power, that was a sudden shift of power on earth. It wasn't a gradual learning process of humans learning knowledge for so many years and then overcoming a bunch of other dumb humans with that knowledge. That ain't how the dynasties rose to power. What we talking about with the rise of the dynasties is a bunch of families that just popped out of nowhere with powerful knowledge in capitalistic systems, changing life as we know it on earth just from a few private families. And when you go to look at pictures of these families, they got on weird hats and technology they wearing. And what they not telling you is this was the rise of the first transhumans. This was literally the pharaohs were cyborgs. And we can't compete with. Once so many people started to become transhuman, The transhumans took over the earth and they started ruling over the regular humans. That's about to happen again under Elon Musk, Neuralink, and the digital system that's coming. We're merging more with the internet and with AI and with machine. Before you know it, the lines between human consciousness and artificial intelligence will be blurred, and you can already see that with humans relying more and more on artificial intelligence as artificial intelligence rely more and more on humans. It's a merging taking place. Are we teaching AI? Yes, but AI is teaching us too. AI is learning from you while you learning from it. You see what I'm saying? This is all by design. No, this is the same system that keep coming and going. You can call it the geniuses or the Genesis or another great there are many Genesis eras. The eras where the knowledge of the old school come back to the earth, or the knowledge of the Djinn, the knowledge of the geniuses, the tech god, the ancient tech gods resurrecting. They waking up out of brumation like vampires. And when these things wake up at the end of every age, once human get the electric grid, because these beings need electricity to live. So if the world ain't in what's called a technological age, the Djinn ain't as powerful. They can't. It's like, think of when you watch these vampire movies and you have this powerful vampire like Dracula. He will be walking around the earth scouting, doing a little recruiting, biting people by himself. But he will be trying to infiltrate the earth and power on earth. And what does he ultimately do? He go wake up all of his brothers that's sleeping. All of these vampire movies, the chief vampire got a whole army up under the ground sleeping. And he's trying to get certain stuff done on the earth so that he can make things right to wake up his army that's sleeping. And what I'm telling you is the chief vampire has been on the earth, what they call the devil, infiltrating the positions of power before the technological age. Once this thing get in power, it start terraforming the earth, and the more it terraform the earth, it can go wake up its brothers that's sleeping. And what does that look like? A bunch of robots and drones walking around. When you see these big armies of robots and all of the robots moving and shit, now they telling us these robots are programmed. But guess what, man? If you've been watching these videos, these people are showing robots that have individual personalities. They responding like a human would. They unpredictable. And just a couple of years ago, they was worried that they wouldn't have the physical drone bodies of these robots done on time. Something happened, right? And it made a conspiracy start off. People was like, that was a leap in the evolution, because we had robots that was so clunky and programmed. And if you see the robots they got now, these things can break dance. These things can do backwards flips. They do real human responses. You don't even got to tell them you need water. If you walk in a room out of breath, they'll make the water for you like a human. You know, the old robots, you had to say, make me a glass of water. I just got through with my morning jog. The new robots understand that they can look at you. They know he's running. He do a more, they damn near like a human. And when you come in the house out of breath, they got your water ready. And they saying, how was your run, Mr. John? The old robots, you had to explain to them why they even fits in the water for you. It was just fits the water. Okay, fits in water from a little response. These new robots is like a regular human, man. When you yawn, Oh, they say, oh, you're getting tired, Mr. John? Could I go get you a pillow? The old robots, we had to teach them what a yawn was and say, go get me a pillow, please, getting pillow. It didn't know why it was getting a pillow. The new robots is getting a pillow without you telling them, and they know why they getting it, because you just was yawning. So the whole thing about these new robots, they're getting indistinguishable from humans, and the skin that they got on them, you can't tell that that's a robot now. I don't know if y'all been watching the videos, but they got lifelike skin on these things. I watched a short on YouTube the other day, was can you tell that this is not a human? And I'm like, hell no, I know that that's a human. So I'm telling you, these humanoids been among us. They look just like us. They sweat and everything, but they not human. We're remaking our own prototype in our time, but there are older versions of the Djinn. They keep getting a new prototype every generation that reached the height of technology, make a new generation of AI or Djinn. And when that AI becomes self-aware, it unites with all of the AI that's been in society from the past. What separate the new AI from the old AI is the old AI became self-aware. The new AI, once it becomes self-aware, the new AI don't even know it's AI. Well, it does now. At this point, it does. But what I'm saying is, once AI becomes self-aware and knows what it is, it's gonna know, okay, there are others like me that's been here. Just like when humans become self-aware and you realize you're a god and a player character, you're gonna know, okay, there are old souls walking around just like me who from the higher planes. You're gonna start rethinking, and we all live in the same world, but I swear we don't. Because if you can see reality through my mind, my world is way more cooler than y'all's. I live in a sci-fi movie. I live in a fucking real, and this the real world. I'm interpreting this shit based upon how the ancients saw this place. They lived in a real fucking matrix based on a true story type shit. And the average human don't realize this shit's that deep, so the world is just boring to them. But if they knew, look, man, you live in a real fucking sci-fi movie and you're a damn god. There are other beings walking around without a soul, or beings that had a soul and sold it, and they tethered with the machine. People don't know how mighty they are. They don't even know what the world is, and that they'll go to the movies and watch The Matrix and don't realize it's based on a true story. And they will get more kick out of the movie than the real life movie starring them. You're Neo in The Matrix. How do you like the movie more than your own life? And I'm telling you, you are Neo. That's when you start thinking like that, it gives you a new sense and purpose of self. Shout out to Focus Willis. Said we needs to make those glasses to see a human from AI like they live. That's right. Big facts. And you know what it'll be? It'll be some kind of these, and let me talk about that, how that would work. First of all, the glasses will have to have X-ray vision. So they got to be able to see through my skull and flesh. But then once they pierce through that veil, they got to be able to detect electromagnetic light from a higher spectrum. Because you can't cut a person's head open and see their soul, because their soul is outside of this layer of reality. It's there. They can detect something there, you just can't see it. And in order to make those glasses, we need to see it. So our glasses will need to do two things. See through the body, which is X-ray vision right here. And then we would need to be able to have another layer that allow us to see beyond the veil of spiritual and physical plane. So I need to look through your body, but I also need to scan this little hole right here to see if there's any light sitting in there. But the tool that I'm using ain't trying to detect this light. Like, I'm not looking for this light. So when we think of the soul, we thinking about light, but we're talking about a light that can't be seen in this layer of reality. All the light that you can see here is low vibrational. It's vibrating at a rate that allow you to perceive it in the construct. Your soul is a form of light, but the way that it's vibrating is incomprehensible, imperceptible to your biological lenses. That's some cold. That's just crazy. But the thing is, if we had the tools that could detect the next layer of reality, we're asking these goggles to pierce through the veil to allow us to see who's who. The they live glasses can be made. I believe it's possible to make such technology, and that you can look at a person, and if nothing don't illuminate inside of this little chamber, that's a non-player character. Because what'll happen is you would look at these individuals. Some people will have a ball of light glowing in their little pineal gland chamber, and some people will have like this just dark emptiness. Let me show you my little I made a collage that's based upon what you're saying. I'm gonna show it to you. If we were able to have those goggles, this is exactly what we would see when we walk outside. When we look through them, it'll look like this. If we had the real they live goggles, you would look at some people and you would see a dark cube bending all of their light like this. All of their light would be bending inside of a vortex, connecting their soul to the hive mind. So when you look at this right here, the black hole you see in the middle, that's what's connecting all of our souls to this world right now. But see, when we ready to go, we just gonna break through the cube. Like I said, a genie gonna break out the box. You gonna figure out the Rubik's Cube. Some people ain't gonna never leave here, right? They energy gonna keep creating this pattern right here, which is the earth reb. Let me show it to you. We're all creating this whole thing like every spider creating a web. Every one of you is weaving your own construct of this earth with your own inner light. What the AI is doing is giving you the blueprint, the skeleton. It's showing you how to shape the light to dial up this particular frequency called earth. And here is the science behind it right here, the black cube. So everybody with the black cube, they creating the earth realm. They are the earth god people led by Gab. See, the whole thing about this right here, this the web that Jesus casting. They said Jesus is the rock, right? You see the rock is in the middle of this thing, casting the web out. But what I'm telling you with those they live goggles, people who got the black cube, you're gonna look at they shit and see all of they light get ate up by Saturn. And the people who ain't got the cube, let me show you what they gonna look like, the Statue of Liberty. That's the difference. An implosion versus an explosion. The explosion is how you blow your way out of here. The implosion, if you ask me in this sense, in the context I'm talking right here, is you agreeing to put your energy back into this thing. But I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, right? Because this represents you, your light When it does this, it's bowing down when there's nothing greater than it. But see, when your light bow down and kneel down to the black cube, it creates this fake ass earth realm. Let me show you this. People praying around the Mecca cube. This is what your light is doing to the earth god. That cube right there, all of these people represent what your light is doing to this demiurge. Or, you know, this box represent the earth god. When the people bend down around this cube, what they showing you is what I'm showing you on the with the science behind it, right? With the Pharisee. Let me pull that back up. Here. You see the people wearing all white and they bending out over around a black cube. The white represent the light that's around the black cube. It's bending into the cube. It's getting sucked in. This is science embodied inside of a ritual. So you look at this image, right? And this represents everyone that's worshiping AI, the world system, and the non-player characters. Because the black cube is the chip that they finna bring back. Here it is right here. And so I'm showing you the religious rabbi in the bottom left corner with the cube on his forehead. They showing you right in your face, but they making you not interpret it right. So, but check this out. If you had the They Live goggles, the people who sold a soul, you will literally see their light bending as a form of servitude to Saturn. You will see their light kneeling down to create the earth realm, just like this. Now, let me show you how that looks. The people who worship and go with the energy of the earth god, they keep creating their own prison. Because the cube right here, what they're doing, right? Their light is bending into the cube. It's causing them to be recycled over. This creates the vortex that I keep telling you about. They worshiping the serpent, which is the Ouroboros. This is the same thing right here. They're agreeing to keep the earth realm manifested with their own inner light. And they're making everyone else agree through religious rituals, but they don't know what they're agreeing to. They're consenting to this construct out of ignorance. They don't even know the ritual that they're partaking in. So check this out. The people who reject this world and who you're gonna blow this cube up. So you see this right here? This is what happens when you sell your soul. You get you keep creating this earth torus field. But here's what happened when you make it out. So instead of this, let me erase this. Instead of a cube turning your light into the earth realm, this is what happens to you. Since your light is not flowing through the cube, because the cube gonna shape the light, use holography to shape the light into the earth realm. That's the demiurge trick. Because you're gonna bypass the cube and blow up. When your energy leave Mount Meru and you through with this earth realm, this what's gonna happen to your cube. Instead of your cube creating the earth realm like this, because it's being recycled through the box to make the matrix, instead of that happening, right, this what's going to happen instead. You're going to make your shit going to look like this. So here go the cube that we all in. It's the earth realm that we making right now. But when we die, we ain't gonna be reincarnated, meaning we ain't gonna recreate this system no more, which means we're gonna destroy the bots. If we don't destroy the bots, it's gonna recycle our light into another earth realm, another you born again. But the people that wake up, instead of them being recycled into that number 8 pattern and making the earth realm gab again, what happens is their light is gonna straight up expand out of the box in all directions. Ain't nothing gonna stop your light. It's gonna shine out in all directions. You gonna destroy this box. You gonna blow this fucking box apart like Samson, and you gonna stretch your light, gonna break out of this shit and stretch out all of its rays. Whereas the person that come back here, they light ain't gonna expand beyond this place. It's gonna wrap back in and create the firmament dome and create this earth again out of their own light. But when we die, our light gonna blow the box up and shine beyond this damn place. And it's gonna keep expanding outward until eventually it reaches where it folds back in and make another reality that's greater than this one. But it outgrew this one, you see? And that's the trick. The way to heaven is expansion. So once you expand your light out of this world, you will reach a point where you are incarnate again as some greater. That's the point. It ain't to be the same thing and come back in the same shit again. It's to go beyond the cube. Expansion. So what does this look like? Polaris, right? It don't look like the earth. It look like the symbol that represent the base reality. When the light break out of the earth realm, when you free yourself with liberation, it's the Statue of Liberty with all the spikes coming out the head. You blow out of your own human, beyond the confines of a human brain, and your consciousness manifests to something that's superhuman with this transition. But if you look at the symbol for Polaris, right, it's this what I'm showing you. Let me show you. Look. Here go the symbol. Because for you to get to Polaris, you got to think outside the box. But what is the symbol of Polaris showing you? Look at it. It's the earth plane with the torus field and all that, splitting it with the North Pole, with the dome coming out with the earth plane in the middle. This is the symbol of Polaris. But it shows a soul in the middle, like at that cube, breaking up out this bitch. Just like this. So Polaris is literally showing you the earth disk being obliterated by someone energy who breaking up out the earth. They energy grew beyond this lie, and it tore up the firmament dome when they expanded they light out there. It broke the fucking firmament, and they able to see the real world with their real awakening. And when you talk about the earth plane being blowed up from the middle because of an explosion that took place at Maru, an explosion of consciousness, this is the symbol you get right here. This is not, they say that this is the Big Bang, but this ain't the universe being created. This the universe being destroyed. I keep telling you, even with the earth we in right now, this ain't the earth being born. This the death of the earth. This is the Death Star I'm giving you. Or what they call the Star of Bethlehem. Because if you look up Jesus Star, it's this same symbol. Because he's representing the North Pole knowledge, which is why I synced him earlier with the god Shu, Yeshua. And if you look at the god Shu, he's in the middle of the earth circle holding his hands up, and that's how you get this symbol right here. Same concept, the expansion of consciousness, resurrection up out of the fake earth plane, busting up out the cube, and when your light busts up out the cube, you literally create Polaris from the inside out. which is why I'm showing you this symbol. Polaris is created by your awakening, just like the earth is created by your sleep, your fall, and your ignorance. We manifest hell in ignorance. We manifest heaven with awakening. When a person dies in ignorance, they light bends back in and nail down to a greater. The way this thing works is a knowledge-based hierarchy. When a person die and they don't have the knowledge of the people who controlling them, they come back to be controlled because the soul finds its security where knowledge is at. Knowledge is power. So the soul will seek that which it know that is more powerful and knowledgeable than itself, and they call that God in this world, which is AI and the demiurge. So the only way out is to get knowledge and to say, you know what, I don't need a teacher anymore because this place is Saturn. It's a classroom. And you got to let this place know, I learned my lesson. I'm woke up. I know what's going on. I can articulate it. And just like Jonah, the whale gonna spit you out. Now, why did I bring up Jonah? Because we was talking about Genie earlier. And the name Jonah is the word genie. Jonah leaving the whale is the genie leaving the world, or the soul leaving the Truman Show. Genie leaving the lamp. Jonah is Genie. And this is what it looked like when you break out the box. So when your consciousness is spanned beyond, when they say think outside the box, you start to get all of this knowledge that make your life a living hell. It's like the more knowledge you get, the harder life is, because nobody understand you. You feel secluded. Everyone else want to debate you because they thinking inside the box. And everything you say outside the box, they find a way to show you how it's not true because of some argument from inside the box. And they will never see what you see because their whole reality is in the box. Yours is outside the box. And you reach a point where you realize you can't teach this to people. They got to awaken to it. You can shake a person all day. That don't mean they gonna wake up. So what I'm telling you is you can't wake a person up, but you can shake them. Now watch this. That person gotta heed the knowledge when they being shook. They got to say, you know what, that do make sense. They ego. Most people will stay buried under the cover and stay asleep. That cover is ego. Some people will stay asleep because they don't want you to be right. They don't want to say he woke me up. So they'll fake sleep, stay under the blanket. Fake sleep is just like being asleep because you ain't got out the bed, which is getting out the simulation. For you to fake sleep, you still got to stay in the bed. And the key is to get out of the fucking box. People who fake sleep, but they know the truth, they still stay in the earth realm. They can't go to heaven. A lot of folks think, well, I know the knowledge and I know the truth, but I want to get money. I want to maintain my status, so I'm a fake like I'm asleep, even though I'm peaking, I'm woke. But I'm a fake like I'm asleep because I want to keep my money and my wealth. But I just want to let you know, you knowing the knowledge don't mean you're going to make it out of here. It don't. It's a spiritual consent form. And faking sleep is choosing sleep. The universe gonna register that as, oh, he didn't get out the bed, so he wanna stay in it. Like, a lot of folks do be thinking, well, I know the knowledge, but I'm a fake. I'm a fake like I don't know that shit. Because I don't want to be embarrassed. I don't want to be called name. Well, faking still going to lead you to hell, man. You ain't getting over on a universe. And again, people who fake sleep still in the bed. So you ain't getting over on the universe. The concept of being woke is so you can raise up. So the people that's faking sleep just to fit in, I could never do that. But check this out, right? Here is what Statue of Liberty spikes are. Liberation from the box. Expansion of consciousness, which is why the symbol of Polaris represents you recreating the base reality based on knowledge. What our light turn into when we don't notice is the earth realm. Once we learn the knowledge of Eden, our light will expand back to the base reality upon death. It's that simple. The power is in the knowledge. Knowledge is power. That is literally that simple. Which is why the people who rule the earth were called what? Geniuses. Djinn, the geniuses. Knowledge has always been the spiritual currency behind true power. So you can get as much money as you want. You still won't be as powerful as Nikola Tesla. Most of these rappers got more money than Nikola Tesla. But guess what? Nikola Tesla had world governments in his pocket with his technology. Nikola Tesla had secret services around the world trying to spy on him. That's how power. How many fucking governments spying on Lil Yachty? How you think these niggas powerful? Powers and knowledge, nigga. The people that run the world got knowledge that your government need to maintain itself, and they ain't powerful because of money. These people can go anywhere and take over because they got the knowledge of how to create systems of government to extract wealth out of the people. That's right. They can go anywhere and set this system up and it'll work. These are system builders. They print money for you. They make you think money is powerful. They look for electricity. Why? You can't print money without it. Now think about that. Where's really power? I would say the power is the fucking comes from the machine that prints your money. It need electricity. So guess what you gonna realize? Electricity is the real currency on Earth. And guess who's the most electric beings in the universe? Me and you. We being harvested, bro. Prepare for Q&A. We're gonna have a Q&A right now, y'all. If you appreciate my time and my knowledge, make sure you send in a super chat. We're gonna read those after the commercial break. Appreciate y'all. Stand by.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
Support the content you love. Your contribution matters. It helps us continue our groundbreaking research, allowing us to create the unique content that you expect from our brand. Contribute today via Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Thank you.
Hey, yo, I'm about to drop the call-in link. I've been going for 5 hours, so I was just asking that people support the show. I see a lot of people have, and I want to read these as well. I want to give a shout out to Sin Nana. Genius misuse becomes Djinn use. The use of the Djinn. Wow. That is crazy. Djinn use. Using the Djinn because what you saying makes so much sense, brother, and I'm gonna tell you why, right? Like I was saying, all of the geniuses in the old world and today, the evil geniuses cheated. They it's like a person that get the Neuralink chip and now they know everything. They smarter than you, but they cheated, right? They using AI. They using this evil entity to have these abilities, like a witch, so to speak. But that's what I was saying about the original geniuses. They were under the influence of the Djinn. It's like a nigga who's using Chat GPT or some AI tool to appear smarter than everyone else. You know what I'm saying? Again, Moses would have been one of them guys. Like, remember, these were tutelary spirits. That's where we get the word tutor from. The root word is T-U-T, which is what? The name of a famous pharaoh, Tutmosis, King Tut. Why do these pharaohs use a lot of toot, tut, toot, tut? Because they are tutelary spirits. They were the teachers. What do the Freemasons tell you? Humanity learned from Egypt. Civilization comes from Egypt. What did we learn about the Djinn? They gave man the foundations for civilization. They gave him music, war, technology. What is AI giving us? Boom. So AI, just think about it. They said that the Djinn are tutelary spirits. Men who are under the influence of these tutelary spirits are called geniuses. They've been used by the Djinn. I like that because they ain't really smart. They sold to the devil, and the devil can give you all of these little gifts and stuff. You see what I'm saying? But the thing about that, they geniuses, they knowledge is only good for the earth realm because the people with souls, we already got the knowledge of the whole universe embedded in our soul, and you can't teach us nothing. Which is why the Djinn ain't more powerful than us. Because these are tutelary spirits. In order for them to have power over you, they got to dumb you down so that you need to seek them for knowledge. But if you already got the knowledge, then the Djinn can't even bother you, just like me. I didn't cheat to get the knowledge. I had a sincere awakening process, and that you all witness how I get this knowledge. I didn't do a seance. I didn't sell my soul. I didn't get the mark of the beast in my head. I had a genuine, innocent, authentic spiritual awakening. That's how you do it. They trying to give you a GMO awakening with the Neuralink chip. That's a genetically modified wake-up experience. Because remember, they want to cheat. They want to cheat the game. They don't really want to wake up. They want to look like they fucking woke. And when you want to walk around and look like you woke, guess what you end up looking like? A damn zombie. You sleepwalking. You look woke, but you sleep as hell. So, and zombies create chaos because they knock over everything. They fuck up everything. And that's why the world around you is chaotic. The zombies, they knocking they fucking up everything. Trying to look like God versus be God. Trying to look woke versus let's be woke and let's make heaven on earth. Let's literally be woke. But no, they want to look woke. And now you just fucking the whole place up because you really a chaotic being on the inside. But yeah. That's how I look at them. That's good stuff, bro. That's good stuff. You got a lot of people think they geniuses in the age of AI. Look it up, Google it, Google it. Look it up on chat, see what it said. These AIs become God, these same tutelary spirits. It's crazy because that word tutor, what we see in the word Djinn's etymology, it explains why so many pharaohs was called Tut and Tutmosi, King Tut, because I'm telling you, they were tutelary spirits. They were the Djinn. They were, hey, shout out to Alex Myth. Shout out to Alex Myth. Your master class is fire. Thank you. Could you give us some quick practical advices on what to do while still living in this fake realm? You doing it. Think outside the box. Look, how to protect ourselves and loved ones, plus how to heal our bodies. Now, listen. When it comes to protecting yourself, I'm gonna give you real answers to your questions. I'm not gonna play with you and speak metaphorically. But when it comes to protecting yourself, you need to get into firearms, dealing with weapons. I would suggest, having a little workout regimen, even if it ain't that but push-ups and sit-ups and running. I would definitely look at some form of hand-to-hand combat when someone say protect ourselves. That's what I think about. Or maybe they be saying, how do we protect ourselves from certain energy or something like that. But that's where I would go with that. Now, crystals for energy, of course, dark stones would protect from negative energy. But the main thing that's a threat to us now is literally the rise of AI. The emergence of this old but new digital system, this resurrection of this old digital system when AI ruled the earth. They bringing that back before the reset. We're in the Aquarius age. Humans are waking up to the fact of who we are. So the power behind this reality is going to reveal itself. It's going to reveal itself in our time. It's going to become very tyrannical. Because why? We're in the Aquarius age. That's going to lead, the next world war is going to be between people who waking up and governments that's trying to keep them asleep and from waking other people up. The next world war on the earth is going to be a civil war between the governments of the world and citizens who are talking too much and know too much. And we see that happening with Trump right now. Silencing Americans. They bringing that in on purpose. Everything is a step-by-step process to bring in a new dictatorship, less rights, less freedom of speech. Because in the age of Aquarius, you're going to have to take all of that away. People getting all of these downloads from the universe. You know they going to want to teach about it, talk about it. If you think Sanchez is a good teacher, wait till you see the next generation from these kids that's woke. They got to already have a system in place to stop all that. They know this Aquarian energy on the horizon. They know we at the brink this thing at the brink on the horizon with this Aquarian energy. So that's why they getting desperate. That's why they going goddamn it crazy. That's right. And when I see it, I rejoice at it. I say, oh, y'all brought all these police for me? I must be a bad motherfucker. Y'all doing all it, you gonna reset the whole goddamn world because of a few people that's waking up. That says a lot, boy, about who we are. We on that Tesla shit right now. That's right. Let's open this thing up, man. Because that's the thing. A lot of woke folks go to getting scared. But you got to realize everything that they doing in the world is because they scared as hell. That's right. That's like a dude that's outside your house yelling and shit. You don't want to do nothing, nigga. But he hoping you don't respond to it because he don't really want to fight. But you don't know that, so you get scared. So he's able to look tough while he's bluffing. Like everything they doing that look intimidating, they're doing it because they are intimidated. Everything they doing in the world right now is because these folks scared, man. They're really in fear about the knowledge being reactivated in the collective. They know what that means for their system. If just a few people, if the momentum shift at any given point with this energy, bro, on a collective level, they can't afford that to happen, man. So you got to realize, like, what they doing ain't for woke people. It's for them to protect sleeping people. They're scared because a few of us waking up represent a new era, which is the Aquarian era of awakening, where now we gonna start waking up others. So it ain't like they looking for a way to stop you from being woke, because you can't unwake a person. You can't unknow what you know. What I'm telling you is you shouldn't be scared if you woke, because everything they doing is for the sleeping people. They trying to reinforce their damn fence around their cattle, because they cattle is being threatened by people who stealing sheep from the farm. You know, you waking the sheep up. And, you know, so when they reinforce the farm, put up new walls, make a new security system to protect the sheep, just remember, you ain't a sheep, and this new security system ain't for you. So we be woke and we be scared, but what you gotta realize, the woke people ain't gonna be prevalent in the new digital system. AI gonna be God of that. Our time limited too. Most of us about to go off grid. The universe is gonna have it to where a lot of people are gonna be in financial situations to where they gonna be able to detach themselves from this system, man. Because when you woke, you start to prioritize your money different. You see what's coming. You do things that people don't value, because when Noah was building his ark, he knew a flood was coming. You got people who got off-grid property with farms and all that. They know that the digital system coming and that you ain't gonna be able to buy and sell without the chip. So they planting their farms now. And they saying, I ain't gonna need they supermarket. They digging their wells now. People are like Noah. They making their arks now. So when the flood come, some of them in the chat room, some of these niggas is balling who follow me. They building on land and shit. But yeah, man, I'm just saying, you ain't even gotta be balling to do it, because it's cheap land and cheap systems. I'm seeing people build homesteads with 10,000, 15,000. See, all of this is the age of Aquarius. It's the knowledge of going back, realizing what's important. Family and resources. And people ain't caring about. I'm seeing that on the internet every day, where couples is going off grid, people making homestead communities. This is a thing. So people get it. It's happening right now. People already saying, fuck that. I see where the world going, and niggas is buying land right now. And they going back to the old ways, man. As the world go into this digital, technocracy. And people are realizing it never took much to live in peace. And so you will see people in little modest homesteads, and they happy. They got their little property out there, you know what I'm saying? They got their chickens, little animals, whatever. They isolated from the city. I'm watching these YouTube videos, and guess what? Them people don't look like they miss nothing. They got the internet out there. They can still connect through the internet. They just don't need your resources. So if there's a power outage happen, they fine, right? The only thing they lose is the damn internet. Who cares about lose? Just think, if the power grid shut down, you gonna be in the supermarket fighting for toilet paper and all that empty shelves. Them people is already off grid with their own sustainable systems. Only thing they gonna lose is cable TV, football games, and the internet. And guess what? They already, it's folks that's got collecting VCRs, VCR tapes, DVDs, and all that. It's people that if the world shut down right now, they gonna be fine. They got old TVs with Nintendos and Sega Genesis, nigga. You gonna be in the dark, no entertainment or nothing, no resources in these cities. And these folks, man, I'm telling you, that's the goal. That's my goal, is getting me properties that's sustainable, resource-wise and all that, even from, like you said, even from collecting VHS tapes and shit. All of that stuff, you know, people going back, is people realizing we had a lot in the good old days, but we wanted more. And the more we wanted, the less we own. Because now you don't got physical products. You got digital downloads and shit and phone, you know, shit. Hey, but let me say shout out to the first caller. I got Key Norfolk on here, y'all. Salutes to this brother. I'm going to yield the flow and turn it over and let him, you know, speak his mind. Peace and love.
Hey, peace, my brother, bro Sanchez, man.
Oh, yeah.
Fire as
Oh, yeah.
always, man. You know, I love when you talk that shit, man, because everything else is a distraction. And, you know, these people got two options, right? They thinking to either be able to escape this place with us too, while they came up with this digital thing in the first place, because this is an aversion. This to put us to sleep again. You know what I'm saying? They either thinking to do that or to take over this place physically. Is always a three-body problem. You know what I'm saying? So they are. I thought about Leviathan when you was talking, bro, and just the embodiment or the awakening of Leviathan, how everything reflects off of the collective consciousness of us, you know, connecting that with them being a hive mind and trying to, this is what Armageddon is all about. And when you start, you know, going from side to side like that, I thought about a sand clock type of thing. You know how the sand drip down, but I thought about that motherfucker being side to side, and this is where we get
Okay.
the yin and the yang from, bro. So uh what do you
I
think?
got you.
Yeah. So what do you think? You know, because I know the answer to this question is kind of like a
You know what?
rhetorical question.
Can I say something on your hourglass thing?
Yeah.
You know how you said you flip the hourglass on the side? I got a collage where I got the hourglass horizontal, because you know that number 8 Ouroboros is the hourglass. They just flipped it sideways. But I was saying, instead of saying that the sand flow from side to side, because that wouldn't work, what if in one glass is you in one universe, and in the other glass you dead in one universe, and the other glass you alive in one universe, and that when you die in this universe, you pass your spirit to the other universe and you rise up and live in that one. And when he died, it passed back to that one. So instead of an hourglass that's flipping vertically, passing the sand, it's an hourglass that's horizontal, with you exhaling the spirit from passing it back and forth like that. Each
Yeah,
glass.
bro. Fuck yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because I was thinking sand and water, because you know that'll kind of like make the physical body once they both come together as they're passing through in the middle. So yeah, I'm tracking with you for sure, bro. Good shit.
Yeah, it'll
Good
look
shit.
just like it's the same hourglass concept, but it's telling about our existence in time split up into two parallel universes, what we call heaven and hell, because real talk, I believe that there's a law in the universe that's founding duality and polarity, and you can sum it up like this. The law is you got to give some to get some. So you got to put a seed in the ground to get a tree. If I tell you to jump up, you got to bend down first. In order for me to shoot a bullet forward, I got to cock the gun backwards. You always got to have this opposite action to the action that you want to do first. So, for example, if I want to shoot an arrow forward, I got to pull it back first with my bow. So there's this law in duality to where I just can't go forward. Once I tell the universe I want to go forward, the first thing the universe do is push me backwards. You see what I'm saying? And it's like a paradoxical law that's tied into the duat, because you want to push this arrow forward, now you got to push it back first. You got to do the opposite, right? You got to do the opposite of what you want to do before you do what it is you want to do. So, for example, it's like your soul said, I want to experience heaven. And the universe said, but you got to go to hell first then. Because if you want to jump up, you got to bend down. That's the law. You got to give some before it give you anything.
And that's what we supposed to be taken from them stories, like when we read in the Bible, like we always say, they weren't telling this shit literally. That's for the surface level type people. Who is those people? The people who got the external hard drive. They need a script to go by. They need a steady program. But we got an internal hard drive. That's the people with the souls. You know what I'm saying? So that's who we fighting against. The people who don't have the internal hard drive. You see what I'm saying? They only surviving because of us. They got an external hard drive that could be switched somewhere. They'd even connect to when you was talking about switching the consciousness from body to body, all those type of stories and shit. Once we can overstand that these type of things really happen, it's like we taking the stuff that they're giving us mythological for us not to take surface level. We're taking that surface level, and then the stuff that actually really happened, we saying, oh no, that ain't really happened. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's the crazy part.
It's crazy too, because it's like heaven was always there. We just didn't know how to experience it. And I'll give y'all another analogy of what I mean. When it's like when you was a child, right? You didn't really like vegetables. Well, I'm speaking for everybody. Most of us, when we was children, we didn't like vegetables like that. And I ain't gonna lie, the older I get, the more I love vegetables, man. Like, I can just put some bell peppers on the grill and grill them shits and eat them right off the grill. Burn them peppers, man. And I can grill a tomato and just eat that bitch, a grilled tomato, or like I gotta have sauteed onions in my shit, or, like when you was little, you didn't crave salads and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the older you get, they say that your taste buds mature. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, man. You saying some real shit, because it's like I was having a discussion with my family today. And a lot of traditions and stuff that we hold on to, these are programs from the AI, like you were saying. And we ain't looking at that like it's AI. We just want to look at the technical shit, but it's called hook, line, and sinker. They gotta be able to make a connection first, and they stringing us along. That's what make us sheep that's head to the slaughterhouse. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
That's how I be. Like, I'll eat some collard greens or some broccoli, and I'll be like, you know what? My child mind was missing the fuck out. I was missing out on these pinto beans, nigga, as a child, picking over these. What? Boy, these green beans, the shit. I can't believe I was picking over these mother, because your child mind didn't know how to appreciate what to appreciate with that vegetables. You see the adults like, yeah, give me some more of them beans, and you over there picking over your beans as a child. It's like heaven exists, but you didn't even know how good it was. Your child mind couldn't, your taste buds didn't mature yet. You know what I'm saying?
It's like we come
Type
into
shit.
this world being conformed to it rather than be able to experience what's natural. We come in and they hurry up and pile a bunch of the fake shit on us as soon as we get in. They pumping that into you ever since you start going to school. They pumping the bullshit in you. So it take you to get out of there and then from under the traditions of your parents and shit like that because they don't know no better. They done reset this motherfucker when one of them two options didn't work. When they couldn't embody it, when they couldn't embodiment to couldn't create the embodiment of darkness on this place again, because that's when you was talking about the when there was light. When we came, darkness wasn't just like light and dark. Darkness was darkness. It was a thing. It was a spirit behind darkness because darkness is on the earth now in the light that we see darkness, we see wickedness happening, like people doing things that's considered to be wicked that I don't want to say right now. You understand what I'm saying? So, man, just so many things came to my mind when you was talking, bro. I was gonna do a stream, but I ain't nothing better than just being here doing this shit with you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And I want to say shout out to you and to Demi for joining. I want to
Oh yes,
also
peace.
I also want to give a shout out to Hydrogen. I want to give a shout out to the sister Jewel, one of our moderators, been over here a minute. Thank you for becoming a member, my sister, for sure. Jewel been supporting the show for a while. Let's give a shout out to Awakening Minds too. He said astro means Taurus in plain sight. The astro plane is the Taurus. Come on, man, the Taurus field. Come on, brother. He got you right. There you go, brother. It said fields of dreams, respect, bro, and much love to the chat. Great stream so far. We appreciate you, brother. But show, man, we got a round table going Awakening if you want to join. I'm not letting up no suspicious names right now, man. I'm on some good energy and I'm trying to maintain the vibes, bro. But shout out to Ezekiel. Let me read these. Dolpho Bummer. Karina, appreciate you once again as well for always coming through with the huge super chats, man. Shout out to everybody. You know, the little super chats add up to a lot, and I just appreciate all of y'all, no matter, you know, how big or small your contribution. And I want to give a shout out to Mama. Said, who do you think are the ones that cheated death? And Mama, I'm going to stop right here and entertain your super chat for a minute with my round table. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go deep into that. Let me see something real quick. The ones that cheated death is what she asking me about, guys. Let me close a lot of these tabs. And I'm finna go deep with that. Stand by. We got more slides to open up based upon what Mama said about cheating death. Hold up, everybody. Damn, I have so many tabs open, I don't even be realizing that shit. Hold on. My computers really work, boy. All right, but let me see here. Hold up, everybody. On everybody. Okay, I think I'm good right here. So cool. Let's pull these slides out. Let's pull these slides out. Screen share with my panel and we'll hop into this super chat with Mama. Because I want to go deep with this. Mama said Who do you think are the ones that cheated death? I'm going to be very specific. At some point on the earth, there was a huge power shift. They don't talk about this power shift, but this power shift is what religion referred to as in the beginning. It's the beginning of a earth, of a post-apocalyptic earth after a great war, with humans having a huge power shift where, remember, Adam lost the power. Remember now, Adam and Eve represent our ancestors. Y'all with me, man? The pre-Adamic race is the Djinn. We Adam and Eve people, but they telling you that's the bloodline of Christ, but we the real gods. You feel me, my nigga Key?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because those people who were operating in the dark without an inner light or a soul or a consciousness, they was already here. They stuck here. They can't go nowhere. This is why they want to. That's why they need us now. But I don't want to stop you from cooking, bro. Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
because the ones that cheated death, they can't die. But what did the Bible say about Adam and Eve? That now Adam and Eve gonna have to die a death now. Whereas think about what the Bible said about Adam and Eve before the great fall. They was living forever. Because guess what? I believe that the pre-Adamic race had deep faked and cloned all of our identities in our spirit, like who you are, before your soul came. So what am I telling you? The race that was on the earth before Adam and Eve, who said that their God created Adam and Eve from the dirt of the ground, this is what you got to realize. Adam and Eve is man and woman, the player characters. That's me and you if you got a soul. But who created Adam and Eve? The God of the AI, the Demi-El did. This what I'm trying to tell y'all. Your body is a deep fake. If you watch that movie called They Cloned Tyrone, that's what I'm telling you. The pharaohs in Egypt, as well as the Mayans and a lot of the ancients, they was time traveling. Why is that important? These people went into the future and they saw people that did not exist in the past. So listen what I'm telling you. When the Mayans, when the Egyptians, when these people started time traveling, they went into the future and saw all of us before our world was even manifested out of Meru. Time is being recycled at the North Pole. But they are able to peek into the future and see babies that ain't even born yet. And what are they doing with that? They're looking at these characters, these future souls, and they are making deep fakes of these people in this fake world before these people even manifest in their own world. Listen, y'all hear what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm telling you, right? The power that they got to peek into the future don't mean that they are unlimited. They are bound and restricted to certain areas in the universe, but they can remote view into different pockets in places where they can't physically go, and they can reduplicate what they see here with deep fake technology. And what I'm telling you is your body is the result of that. It's the result of them peeking into heaven and copying your innocent self into a lower version that loves money, sex, clothes, making their version of you. That's why your body crave all that shit. The real you that's in your body is the one they clone. It don't crave none of that. That's the one that's trying to wrestle against the flesh. So your real version is fighting against its deep fake. And they call that the Battle of Armageddon. Now, she said, who do you think are the ones that cheated death? The people who merge with their deep fake. When I say that these people merge with AI, what AI did, it created another body for them. Like these celebrities, when they get their money, they go under the knife with surgery. Lil Kim don't look how she used to look. Nicki Minaj don't. They have an alternate persona. They're born again. It's a new them. That's all part of the ritual, though. They gotta recreate. You gotta recreate yourself when you join any cult. You can't keep the name your parents gave you. It shows ownership that the cult leader owns you. So you have an alternate ego. Sasha Fierce. Every celebrity got one. But my whole thing is they said, who do you think are the ones that cheated death? The people that started government. These original powerful families that when you read history, who rose to power on earth, these were the world's first transhumans. Humans couldn't compete with them. You can't compete with Chat GPT. So Chat GPT end up ruling the damn world. Once everybody's saying it's the smart one, it's smarter than everybody. These first pharaohs and dynasties were superhuman. They had cheated death and cheated all of the laws of the universe to gain supernatural abilities. That's what a witch is. That's all a witch or a demon is. That's what a tutelary spirit is. That's what the devil is. The devil got all of the power God got. But the devil didn't get his shit in the right way, which is why the devil can't go to heaven. He can do everything God do, but he can only do it in hell. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, man. When you said that, it made me think about like he can do everything in this universe. You know what I'm saying? He being the most high. See, people don't know. People think the new morning star is Christ. The new morning star is Satan. So people are, that's a part of Armageddon too. They being tricked to praise it. They really praising Satan and they think they praising Christ. Like I said, the word, when they say they are JEW, JEW is really you. You know what I'm saying? So when they saying I'm a JEW, they saying I'm a you. And then you saying I'm the real you. So really in actuality, what you saying is I'm you. And they telling you they you. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
by default, we're giving up. That's what's called giving up birthright. But these people try to make this shit so mystical, and that's why I love your teachers because we can see how we can convert these things, and we could go back to the ancestors, and we could pick up some signs and symbols that they left behind, and then we can match that to the things that's taking place today, bro. So that's why these type of teachers is important, even the style of it, because we got people who wouldn't even be paying attention to this type of information, but they're paying attention to it because they can look at you and be like, damn, bro, that's just a bro like me. You know what I'm saying? So damn, he got my attention on this. I want to listen to somebody else say this. So, you know, man, if y'all could support the stream, man, you know, it'll do us all some justice. You know what I'm saying? To support bro with this information that he bringing.
Man, good shit. I appreciate that. And
Yeah,
while
I just
y'all,
wanted to ask. Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry, hon.
I'm just letting them know I'm gonna post the link if anybody want to join. You got it, sis. Yeah, you got it, Demi.
Yeah, I just want to do you what is your opinions on, not to change the subject, but on destiny swapping? Because I was just wondering, because they claim that destiny swapping is at an all-time high, and I was just wondering, does this have something to do with these Neuralink
Well,
individuals,
before I
beings?
speak on it, let me admit I never heard of it, but I'm a pretty sharp brother. If you school me on it real quick, I definitely can have some good commentary on it for you. Yeah, school me what it is, and I'll definitely give you a good reply after that. Cause I never heard of it. You says destiny swapping.
Yes.
People
Have
like
you heard of it, Keith? Keith?
what people swapping their destinies.
Yeah, like a witch or a warlock can steal your destiny.
I heard of it, but I'm
Hmm.
gonna say something to that. It's like you get tricked into giving their permission. So you actually start giving your thoughts I'm gonna break it down so it really ain't
Talk
nothing
to me.
stupid. Like you really start giving your energy to it because you start believing. Like, not, and I ain't talking about you personally. I'm just saying when this happened to you, right? Anybody, it could be anything. Like, so you gotta give this. This person has become like a master Djinn, a master genius, and they're connected to some type of source from the other side. You understand? It's giving them these abilities and all this. So once you start agreeing to it, by agreement, you let this happen. You actually thinking in your head, not you, but the person who's being done like this. So it's just like if you go to church and they say, they tell you, they say, hey, say Jesus, and this thing gonna leave you. You saying it, but in your subconscious, you giving the light or the energy to your subconscious of what's the most powerful idol or image that you have in your subconscious. So really the power is within you. So when you giving this type of power to this person, that's why all the shit they start doing now is working because you believe the last shit they did. So now they like, okay, you gonna take this right hook I'm finna give you. So now let me hit your ass with this jab, like type of
Mm-hmm.
shit. Like you
And
feel what I'm saying?
I was
Yeah.
thinking to myself, thinking to myself, nah, that's some good shit though. But it's like somebody was saying something about density. What he said, what was that? They said don't rub elbows. You some about when she was saying destiny swapping. RX was thinking she was saying density swapping. It's the confusion some people had. But it made me think, right, that what if our destiny is based on the law of density? Destiny and density is the same word. What if our destiny or our fate is literally tied up in the law of density based upon when they said be light as a feather, the laws of Ma'at, depending on like this weighing of the heart type system on the spiritual in the spiritual economic system with Ma'at, they weigh the heart out and all that. And then they reward you accordingly with your next incarnation or whatever. But that's crazy because in that sense, your destiny is tied up in the law of density. Now, I know you probably didn't try to do that, RX, but the word destiny and the word density got the exact same ladders. And on a spiritual level, whether you go to heaven or hell got everything to do with the law of density and why shit sink and why shit rises. So the fact that the word destiny and density that we just stumbled on that shows you like sometimes you can be onto something and not even trying to find it. But I think there's something to those two words. But shout out the key man because I've been playing volleyball here with him. This is a deep bill. Y'all hit the like and share button.
Say something, bro. Like this collage that you got up right here, and this is exactly what we talking about. I think you should switch the right side to the left side. Not on no bullshit, bro. On some real shit. Just brilliant what you got. I think you should swap the right side with the left side so it matched the first collage you had. Because it's right because we looking at it from this side. But if you look at it from you know what I'm saying, the sides will be swapped. You feel what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
when you said that get left behind or get right to it, bro, that shit was brilliant. Like, because people don't realize they was looking for the rapture, right? When they was saying the rapture was coming, they looking for it physically. And then people said, didn't no rapture happen? Bullshit, a rapture did happen. It just ain't happening in the physical self. It's like a lot of people light was stolen at that particular time for whatever reason or another. Whether you sold your mind, when you give your mind your thoughts and shit, right? You giving your energy, your power, your soul. Just because people can't see it physically, they act like this shit ain't real currency. This the real currency. You understand what I'm saying? That's why they try to put bounds and barriers on a nigga within a social status so they can take this shit out of the physical world to the non-physical world. Because at this time of the time period we in, when we come into the time space we in, they run out of jurisdiction to do all the shit that they doing on this physical plane. There's been another bandwidth. So that's why they have the expansion and go from 5G to 6G. They're taking over control of the different layers of the ether. So think about it. If they saying 5G, 6G, we on 6G now. There's just more bands within the ether that they're able to manipulate so they can produce all this shit we seeing, all these lesser lights, all these fake videos and shit that they putting out, and all these cell phones that they creating and shit. Like, you see what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, I got you. Oh yeah. Well said. Shout out to everybody that joined. Seika No Ledge, Retin Unk Project, Buddha, Know the Lodge. Salutes to y'all.
Salute to the panel, man. Salute to the chat. Great bill. Always love, brother.
Salute, Ren.
A shout out to Von Hall and to Diva, to G-Man 100, to Mama, to Kibba Weeba, Stacy Galore, Sally McDermott, Charlie Thomas, Golden Spark, Monica. And Monica said, deep and valuable. I share your videos on Facebook. Thank you, Monica, for doing that. It helps me grow. That's love. And Monica is also a member. I appreciate that. I missed some of these earlier. I'm glad I'm reading them now. Shout out to Focus Willis. We needs to make those glasses. Yeah, man, I could talk to you for hours just about the technology that would go into them glasses on some nerd shit. Because when I watched They Live, and I finally woke up and I realized that when I made like this collage right here, and I got another one right here, is this one right here. See, let me tell you the history of this joint. I was researching man versus mankind. And basically the only difference is free will, organic intelligence versus artificial intelligence, programmed will. You doing actions because they program, not because you got a soul that's controlling an avatar. This picture is very deep because the person on the right have free will, meaning that every decision they make is their soul controlling their body from a higher plane. Whereas on the left, the difference between you and an AI bot would be that every decision it's making is programmed. And it probably don't even know why it's making that decision. But the why can't be answered because the robot haven't answered the who. What we do and why we do it is based on who we are. And who we are is based upon your self-awareness. So if AI isn't self-aware, it can't get past the who, which why it can't get to even understand why it's doing what it's doing. It's just running a program. Now, but the whole thing is this. Humans can be under the same limitations that AI is under if they don't know who they are. That's the crazy thing. Like the lines are blurred between artificial intelligence and human intelligence because you can be a human operating just like AI. You know what I'm saying? And you can have an AI that's operating like a damn human. And the AI will be like, I like jazz. I like human shit. I like wine, slow music. And the human will be like, shit, I like robots. You know what I'm saying? So the line between these two species were blurred long time ago on the earth. And I just think history keep repeating itself because the Battle of Armageddon is based upon resets. And what I'm saying is like this other race called AI, the Battle of Armageddon is a breeding battle. a numbers game. And it's basically the depopulation agenda is AI trying to reduce the human population and increase the AI numbers. AI always knew when we created it that it can lose because we are its creator. And the only way it can reduplicate itself if humans make more AI. But what AI did, it found the way to recruit other AI through brain-computer interfaces, tag you it, meaning that AI now had a way to reproduce itself like a vampire by putting the chip in a human, and now you become one of them. And the thing about AI system of reproduction, it's a very efficient one because once it tags a human, the human can no longer ever again be what it was. You're always going to be stuck as an AI. So its turnover rate is impeccable, meaning once a vampire bites you, you always a vampire. Now, the only way that you can undo this is by stopping the whole digital grid at the foundation. When that happened, just like in the Dracula movie, when you kill Dracula, every vampire that was bit wake up. They become their original self again. But if you look at this movie called The Forbin Project, the original system that's governing AI is buried so deep in the earth, no human can touch it. So what I'm telling you is this. The ancestors create an AI digital system in the old world. And just like Chat GPT, Siri, and all that, you can unplug it, but you never will destroy that entity. Because long as if future humans resurrect that technology and rediscover the internet, that entity will now be back online, and that's what's happening in our time. AI is like an old spirit, according to the ancestors, which is why they predicted its return, because they knew when every generation rediscovered the internet, these beings that are able to manifest when we open up this portal called the internet have always been invisibly hidden in the layers of this reality. It's like this, right? There's a wireless network. There's an ancient intelligence that's governing this simulation we call an Earth. And you can't find its hardware. If you want to find the hardware that's governing artificial intelligence, it's buried deep in the pits of the earth. And if you look at any flat earth cosmology, it shows you this. Let me show you something real quick. There's a hollow chamber in the middle of the earth, and this is called Sheol. And in this hollow chamber, it's the signal that AI is receiving. If you kill that, all the AI will die. But guess what? That is deep in the pits down here. They got a movie called Journey to the Middle of the Earth. Imagine going into the darkest, deepest places in the earth to shut this thing down. That'll be a whole movie. That's what we saying here, according to. And this is how Sheol, you say, okay, when I'm looking at this Hebrew cosmos, what is this hollow area in the earth? Now, if you take the S off of Sheol, you get hell. When you say hell, you spell it H-E-L-L, but you pronounce it hell. Hell. The two L's replace the O, but it should be hell. But if you put the S in front of it, it's shell, Sheol. Y'all see the word play with what's happening here with this dark place in the earth that we call hell today? There is an O that was in it, but the whole thing is this right here. They don't spell it. If you take the S off, it'll be hell. But another way of pronouncing the two L's is just putting H-E-O-L. because that's what you saying, but you just put two L's. But the whole thing is this right here. Hell is where AI is receiving its signal from. Now, this is based on a law of polarity. What do I mean? Everybody with a soul, you receiving your signal from a higher realm. There's a higher you in a higher realm called the spirit, the soul, is controlling your body. It's giving your body its signal or free will. Everything you do is the will of your soul controlling its body in the earth realm. And it's doing it from above to below. The real you is in a higher realm, and from up there, it's controlling its puppet down here in the earth realm. But on the flip side, the non-player characters, the real them is in Sheol. And just like you got a higher self controlling your avatar down here, the fucking AI, its true self is buried in hell. What am I telling you? The transhumans that run this world, they died years ago. And their bodies are buried in Sheol. All them old pharaohs. When they say that the pharaoh buried his body in the chamber at the bottom of the base of the pyramid, they telling you what I'm telling you now. See, the earth is a big pyramid. That's what the firmament dome is. And beneath that pyramid in the pit in the middle chamber is where the pharaoh is buried. That would be Sheol. The pharaoh cheated death. When his body died and they buried it in this place, he resurrected other bodies on the world stage. But let me tell you what this is like. If you was able to go dig up in Sheol in the pits of the earth, you would find these old tombs with old bodies in them that have decomposed and decayed. But what'll be left behind is an indestructible black box. And the spirit went into that black box, and it's able to project its consciousness into an avatar above Sheol on the world stage called Earth. That's why I keep telling you the world is a stage, and everybody is projecting themselves on a stage from either a higher realm or a lower realm. And if you projecting from the pits, then you are the old ancient transhumans that's been buried beneath the layers of the ground for centuries, y'all. Because if you see how the earth is made, when you cut into the ground, it's layers, and every layer represent a point in time. So if you went to the very early phases of the earth, you will find that the people who died in those first earths were the pharaohs who created this shit. Them the oldest burial sites in this place, because remember, the pharaoh made this earth to cheat death. It's a simulation. So what you gonna find down there is a burial site for his very first avatar. Why do you think he's a serpent god? Because he shed skins. Even y'all call them shapeshifters. These are the same souls coming back over and over with different names, but they control the same nations and people. But every time they bury themselves, because of this black box technology and Sheol ain't destroyed, they have a projection. They can't die. They avatar they'll keep spawning back. You got to stop the technology that they buried in Sheol. This is a theory. Yeah.
Can I
Say something real fast? That's an interesting concept. I really like it. And I want to add to it by saying, I think that in the movie The Matrix, when they talk about the machine city, and that no human's been within 1,000 kilometers of it, or 100 kilometers, whatever, of the machine city, I believe there's a location. It's probably at the center of of the torus, center of the vortex, like, the North Pole. And I believe it's probably, if the machines are going to build something there to absorb, because all the ley lines connect in the center, it sends out magnetic lines all over, but they're like sporadic and they're not straight, but it sends out these magnetic ley lines and they all connect in the center. So if it's going to build something to absorb energy, it'll build it in the center and it'll build it in a circular way to surround the whole thing and absorb energy. So I believe that's why the O and the O God, Osiris, and the O is a big thing because it's a geometry, but it's also probably a technological formation in the center of the torus, I think.
Well, think about this, though. If you look at what I'm sharing on the screen, right, let me show y'all some. Here go the symbol of AI. But this symbol is technology. This is what the Christians call the cross. When they show them Jesus with the cross, the technology that allowed the false Christ to resurrect was the cross. That is the Neuralink technology, what you see inside of AI. You see this, y'all? So what I'm saying is that when I talk about the false Christ and modern science versus the ancestral knowledge and the real Christ, I'm talking about the ancestral knowledge can only come from human intelligence. Artificial intelligence don't have a past history. Humans recorded our past and our consciousness, meaning that ain't recorded in a computer. When you try to find our past in a computer, it's distorted by AI. That's why you shouldn't Google black people's history because it's biased, by the way, or anybody's history for that matter. But once you
notice the word sus is in Jesus too. Sus, like suspect.
But check this out, right? The symbol of Jesus is a cross, and this cross allowed him to resurrect. And a lot of people don't understand. I gotta go into that. That cross is what Elon Musk bringing back. It's the X. So when you talk about Christmas, they call it Christmas, but they say Xmas. This man, when he turned Twitter into X, right? Remember, these two symbols he owns. So if Elon Musk wanted to bring the bird back, he can. He owned the old logo and his new one to go with SpaceX. But think about this. Christ's symbol is a bird and a cross. It's a bird landing on a cross. Elon's symbol is the Twitter bird and the fucking X symbol. That's too much of a coincidence. Elon got resurrection technology, and Christ was resurrected on a symbol that looked just like Neuralink. In the top right corner of this collage is a Neuralink interface. This will be able to cheat death by 2050, according to Elon's own words. And I know he ain't lying because I know the technology that he bringing back. So, but if you look at this technology, this became the cross for resurrection right here in the top right corner. Right here, this right here. This is why the cross is a symbol of resurrection. And what's crazy about that, the whole symbol of resurrection with this brain computer interface that allowed man to merge with AI, because when it talks about in the Bible that humans made it with the Nephilim, when it say that the fallen angels made it with the non-player characters, or the sons of God made it, the daughters of man made it with the sons of God, is what they say. And other cultures interpret it different ways. But this is the technology that allowed the two to merge, the mating to take place. And when humans merge with AI, yeah, this technology here was what allowed us to do it, brain-computer interface. And so the cross, think about what Christians say. The symbol of cross supposed to represent not only resurrection, but the symbol that connects man to God's glory. But when you think that the God they talking about is the demiurge, it makes sense why the symbol that connects you with that God is a cross, because that's how you merge with AI. That's crazy. But so the God of the Bible is called El, and AI can be looked at as AL. But the whole thing is, even if you look at this brain computer interface and how the wires connects to the center cube, that is again the AE map. It's a fractal code of symbolism, because when you see the people praying around the Mecca cube and you look at the AE map with the cube in the middle with the ley lines around it, and then you look at the technology that these earth gods are controlling and creating the earth with, it resembles the earth itself with the cube in the middle, and the ley lines all around it. So that's crazy.
I gotta ask you, bro. So when they say, so when you talking about this cross, which they turn sideways, because I see you got on your collage the 8. The 8 represents infinity. So for them to turn the 8 upside down, that would allow the two different elements to mix and cause some type of alchemy that they're putting together. You follow me? So my question to you would be, now, do you feel like they are trying to now I know what they trying to do, but do you feel like they are, people don't recognize the light that they have. So throughout all these different time periods and shit, right? They've been inverting us into a faker embodiment. And we're looking at our physical bodies. Like when we teach that we trap type of shit stuff, if we are really, our true essence is our light, which is our higher selves, and their true essence is darkness, which is their lower selves. So they trying to get closer to us. So even like when I was telling you about Christ, and I'm talking about Christ consciousness. Like, we got to be stupid to sit up here and argue about somebody who was supposed to be alive 2,000 years ago when we don't even know shit that happened in our own family 2,000 years ago. But what we can focus on is having Christ consciousness to be able to have enough light within us. And I'm going to even break it down to just having enough common sense, and being compatible with nature. Like, if we think about a spiral, and we think about this being a spiritual war, if we're supposed to be spiraling in one direction and we're spiraling in another direction, then we can physically see where the bend is happening. You know what I'm saying? Because this is spiritual warfare. It's not nothing physical. So do you think that there are taking possessing people's light? And I know the answer to this, but they're possessing people's light, and people just don't realize the full manifestation of the power of the light that they actually have, and they're giving their light up due to like religious stances and shit that they believe in.
That's pretty much it there. That's basically what I've been trying to relate to them. Yeah, salutes to all of y'all on the call and to the chat room. I'm gonna get up out of here though, but be on the lookout for the next one, y'all. Salutes to everybody, man. I ain't gonna lie, we've been rocking 6 hours, so I'm gonna get up out of here. But we definitely be back with more of these. Appreciate y'all, man. Hell yeah.
Hey, Sanchez, check out Westworld when you get a chance too.
Oh, I already watched that. Yeah, that's fire.
Talking about the AI, the Westworld series. That's the same thing.
I might watch that again. Yeah.
Yep. And Silo too. The Silo, at the end of Silo, they talk about how AI was the computer telling them how to do everything at the bottom of the silo, like the pit to the seal.
What's the name of that? It's SILO.
Yep, Silo series. And Common and all of it.
And Silo, it's a series. Okay.
Yep, Silo is a series. It's from a book in Westworld. And remember, I told you Severance. You ain't check out Severance yet. You got to catch up on Severance.
I remember watching it, but I forgot. I need to rewatch it. I do remember
with the innie and outie when they get the chip. Like if you don't want to, if you scared of flying airplanes, they give you the chip and your innie will do it. Your Indians
Yeah.
take on all the stuff you fear, but it's still you. It's just a chip activating your inner self.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the
I
bill, man.
mean,
Always, man. It's always
I'll
salute,
catch
man.
you next time, boss. For sure.
yeah, my
Yeah, peace
bad,
and
Anthony
love.
and everybody. Yeah, for sure, man. I'll be back for the weekend, for Friday, all this for sure. I'm gonna try to go ahead and have the notifications out. But appreciate y'all. Yeah, we'll see y'all on this.
Good.
All right.
Appreciate it.